All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is December 14th, 2023, 6 p.m. It's our regular council meeting. Mary Ann, can I get roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Young.
Here.
Vice Mayor Brandon.
Here.
Councilmember Painter.
Here.
Councilmember Sartory.
Here.
Councilmember Bradford.
Here.
Okay. And the invocation and pledge of allegiance will be led by Councilmember Sartory.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for this opportunity to gather together as a community, being ever cognizant that each of us here this evening has already served a full day of demands in our own personal and professional lives, and that while we may gather this evening with different opinions, different points of view, and different expectations, we gather together this evening with one objective in mind, to make the very best decisions for the community that we all love so dearly, our village of Tequesta. Please keep your protective hands over our police and fire departments as they leave their families and place their lives at risk every day to serve our residents, most of whom they will never meet or get the opportunity to know. Continue to bless each member of our village staff and leadership team as they guide and steward the services and programs that make Tequesta the amazing village that it is. We ask for your protection over all of our residents that call Tequesta home, and for those of us up on the dais that will discuss and debate the critical important items on the agenda. We ask for your patience, understanding, acceptance, and spirit of compromise. As we begin debate and discussion this evening, let us be ever mindful that it is only from the depths of our valleys that we can see the true heights of our mountaintops. The holiday season is upon us, so Merry Christmas to all. And for those that celebrate Hanukkah, we wish you a very happy Hanukkah and a season of prosperity and peace. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can I get a motion for approval of the agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and first up tonight, the highly anticipated chili cook-off check presentation. Chief Trube.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, Clerk, and of course our attorney. Actually, I noticed when I came in, we always start with the invocation, we always start with the pledge, and now we're following that up with the chili cook-off. And I think that's very appropriate this year because our cook-off this year, for the first time ever, was done on Veterans Day. So, you guys all know the mastermind behind the chili cook-off is Captain David McGovern. So without further ado, I'm going to invite him to join me up here and tell us about this year's event.
Well, as you all know, I'm not one for speaking too much. I usually have a 10-page speech. So instead of writing out a 10-page speech, I memorized it just for the manager so I could keep him there a little bit longer. No, on a serious note, firstly, just thank you to the mayor, thank you to the council, village manager for allowing us this time. I know it adds on to your meetings and stuff, but this is a special night. It's an amazing night. It's one I look forward to every single year. I know Chief said mastermind and everything else, but as I'll say in the next few minutes here, it's everyone that's in this, or a lot of people in this room that make this happen, not just me. So we're delighted to come here tonight. We're going to give 5 checks to 5 amazing charities: Operation 300, Warriors Renewal Coalition, Tequesta Friends of Public Safety, Southeast Florida Honor Flight, and Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. 5 charities that we have supported now for several years, and we're just so proud to support them. They do amazing work outside of here. So if anyone ever wants to get involved with their charities, they're all here. Please, reach out to them, check their websites out, and like I said, they do amazing work. Plus, it's also a special night, saying that this is the first time we'll do our check presentation without Mary Hinton, and her family are here tonight. So we're delighted to be able to give you the check in her name tonight. So, this was our 12th year doing the Tequesta Chili Cook-Off. It was another huge, massive success. We had, I think, 30 teams, pipers, music, raffles. If anybody was at the event and they saw the flyover, it was right when the national anthem finished. They brought 3 planes over, dropping smoke. The timing was absolutely perfect. It was just phenomenal. For me, 12 years doing this event, this was probably the most patriotic event I've ever been at in the 12 years that we did. We had 3,500 people show. It was just phenomenal. You know, it keeps getting bigger, more expensive. But, you know, what was amazing was we had so much help from some great sponsors and stuff like that. And there's a few of them here tonight. Again, DSS, I see them over here, been with us since day one, absolutely phenomenal supporters of our event. And this year also, we had huge donations from the Carl O'Connell Foundation, as well as Joe Namath sponsoring, did $10,000 to sponsor our stage, as well as for our veterans. We let 800 veterans in free this year. That is absolutely amazing. So So there's a lot of people, like I said, the board that meets all year round and argues and fights with me about everything. Most of them are here tonight. Peter Allen, Bud, there's a bunch of them. If I don't say your name, Jason, lots of people. But one person in particular I wanted to recognize a little bit this year was Cindy McDonald. The work that goes into putting this event together it's amazing. Like over the whole year, the amount of time and effort that goes into it. And a lot of people don't see the behind things. We see the day of, but she puts so much time and effort and raises so much money with our sponsors. She brought the Joe Namath Foundation. She brought in Marlon Griffith this year as well, and other people as well. And of course now she's and then McCarthy's also, I see Brendan sitting there, also supporting this event. But Cindy, your contribution doesn't go unnoticed. Although we kill each other throughout the year, I really, really couldn't do this without a lot of your support throughout the season. So thank you very much. All our sponsors, that goes to all our sponsors. There's way too many to name them all, but they're all just as important to us. Every single one of them contribute. A lot of businesses just around town, and like that have been with us since day one, and they've stayed with us. And we have that one rule that if you've been with us since day one, it doesn't matter if your check's $250 or $10,000, you're going to get a place at the cook-off, because loyalty is everything. That's what we stand by. And then of course our volunteers. Can't do it without the volunteers. 160 volunteers to put this event on. And every year we have to churches, schools, everything. This year we were reaching out to everyone. We were worried at one stage, but everybody came through. Other fire departments sent their volunteers, and before we knew it, we had more volunteers than we knew what to do with. And it was probably the most smoothest, well-ran event that, like I said, we've done in 12 years. But every year we try to recognize several volunteers, and we have a non-combat volunteer program, and two of those people are here tonight that volunteer for that program. And I'm going to call them up real quick because I just want to recognize them for 2 seconds. And that is Jessica Stam and Jacob Walker. These are volunteers. They don't get paid, but they've been shown up to every single event here in Tequesta, including the Tequesta Chili Cook-Off. They were there the days before helping me set up. They were there the day of the event. They were at our open house last week. They marched in our parade. And this is because they want to become part of what we do. Being firefighters, being a family, it's an amazing, amazing tradition, and they're trying to break into it. So if they could come forward real quick, and if Chief Rick Gass could come up here also, and Chief Crew, just have a little sympathy. So I'm just going to give that to Rick there real quick. So we just wanted to give you guys a certificate to say thank you so much. This can go in your files, so when you are applying for your jobs and everything else, because you have invested in Tequesta, and you've invested in Tequesta Fire Rescue, we want to say thank you so much to you guys, and hopefully this will help a little bit in the future, getting you guys hired somewhere, maybe here someday, who knows. But we really appreciate you guys trying to make a difference in our community, and all the time and effort you're putting in on your own time. I know it's difficult. I know you have a child and everything else, and you're always here. So thank you again so much for everything you guys do for our event. So just before you go down as well, just to kind of see it's Christmas, we're in the spirit of giving. TFOP's had a meeting during the week, and because we really appreciate everything you do and volunteering, and again, to make our community better, TFOPs have earmarked $1,000 each for both of you for your education going forward for fire school and for paramedic school. So when you get in and you're doing your school, bring that to us and we'll pay $1,000 off your fees. And again, thank you for everything you guys do. Really appreciate it. You're welcome. So again, everybody that makes this part, and our partners, TVC and Fran, they've been with us since day one, and I know he doesn't usually come to the meetings and stuff, but without him, he donates so much product and everything else to our event and helps throughout the year also, so we really, really appreciate it. Instead of me rambling on about the event, we made a video several years, not we, well, mostly Peter Allen. I'm not going to take it. He did a phenomenal job. We were trying to think, how do we explain why we raise the money we do? I'm going to stop talking. This video explains it all. So before we hand out these checks, we're going to look at this video. I think that video says it better than any words could possibly say, on why we respect our military men and women and their families, and why it's so easy for all of us to go out there every year and raise the money that we do. And lastly, just the last people I'm going to thank is I spent 8 hours today in a Pride and Ownership class with 13 other firefighters from Tequesta Fire Rescue. Pride and Ownership is strong, and proud of every single one of them. They're what make this village amazing. They're what make this department amazing. It's the people, nothing else, just the people. So absolutely proud to call them all brothers and sisters. Lastly, let's get to the most important part, and that is the checks. So without further ado, we are absolutely delighted to announce that once again we raised $110,750, and tonight we'll be awarding every charity $22,150 here tonight. That, just for totals, because we like to keep the totals because we're chasing that million, aren't we? 12 years, we have now donated over $650,000. We started a little cook-off, and that's where we are today. So congratulations to everybody involved. So happy that we can give it to these charities to do amazing work outside of here. So thank you so much. Let's get the checks to you guys. Let's give them back their meat, and they're dying to get going so they can get out of here. And we'll do one picture, and then we'll head out. Is that okay? So that we can let you guys get your meeting started? Yeah.
We have one more round of applause for our chili cook-off leader, David McGovern.
Thank you again for letting us be here. Look, they found it. Who that one is? Chief, you want to hold that? Yeah. Chief. Mayor, you can hold that. What we got here? I didn't get a chance to change the big check to Warriors. Okay. That's okay. The little one says the top of that. That's one of the This is just a photo of that. Who do we have? And then, right here. And again, Mayor Brennan has the important ones. So.
Cynthia, come get a picture. Cynthia, come here.
All right, well, we can do one outside, but we have to whisper out there as well. So. Every year you see. Yeah, we'll go outside. If anyone that's not here for the meeting wants to get a quick photo outside, and then we might have a little celebration in the park.
Can I just say a quick thank you to David McGovern and everything that he's done, because we've been here with Honor Flight from day one. And this last chili cook-off, we had over almost 30 veterans from Honor Flight, and 9 of those were World War II, with the oldest being 102. So thank you for honoring them.
I can't watch this video without crying.
Choked me up too.
Oh,
Yeah, this is something.
he has to warn me that I eat tissues.
Thank you guys for putting up with me.
Peter, that was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
It was great.
Really moving.
If it doesn't, if you don't feel
You
sorry,
have wrong ones.
So something's wrong.
thank you guys.
Of course. We get Jeff for the next presentation.
Oh yeah.
We need Jeff for the next presentation, so there he is. There he is. Okay, moving on with the agenda. Agenda item 2 is a presentation of the village's financial results for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. Jeff.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Happy to be here. And Mr. Bradford, it's good to see you in a new seat.
Oh, thank you.
This report, thank you, is required by our charter. So you're getting that. The results here are unaudited, and we're still working at closing the year. So it's for you to know that these numbers can change and probably will.
I'll help you.
You'll help me?
I didn't test that part out.
All right. Next slide, please. We have a lot of funds, a lot of buckets. Government has different buckets. It's set up with buckets. With the exception of the general fund, all the other buckets have specific uses, and that's why we have them. The general fund is our primary operating fund. It gets all the tax dollars, and it does the things that business won't do. Then we go on to the next slide. And this is a good news story. It's a good news story today. Our revenues are up about $744,000 over budgeted. Last March, April, we were hearing all these stories about the recession that was on our way. It didn't appear, it didn't materialize, so we got really excited about that. So all of our revenues really are up for the most part, and we feel really good about that. And then next slide, you have a pretty amazing group of directors and manager here. They do really try to keep the money as much as possible, so they don't spend it frivolously. So you'll see that with the exception of the fire truck with the fire control, there's the fire truck there, that's about $700 and some odd dollars. But most everyone was able to save money, at least some. The $165,000 negative interfund transfer was due to more money coming in for infrastructure sales tax and the utility tax than we anticipated because of the slowdown that was expected. So all in all, if you take out the fire truck, which you'll see that has been rolled, we're just around 3 to 4% over what we budgeted. General fund balance calculation. We did pay off one of our debts, so the emergency reserve, the debt service reserve went down a bit, but we did well, as you can see. So we have available for one-time projects now about $1.3 million, and that's exciting. You'll see here our fund balance to reserves, unappropriated reserves available, and we're up substantially. We have another slide that shows basically that same situation. Our 3-month emergency reserve is the $4.2 million, and we have $1.2 million over that we can use for one-time kinds of expenses. We go to our building fund. The building fund did well this year too, with the 300 building going on Beach Road. So they got $1 million in revenues, and they spent $894,000 in revenues. That gave them about $193,000 more in their reserves. Then our other governmental type funds are the capital improvement, capital projects, and special law enforcement. This is our surtax fund, basically. You see we have about $1.2 million there, and that's due in a large part to the excess revenue that we got over the budget. So next year, or this year that we're living in, we have $481,000 of that reserve has been appropriated. We have a 5-year sidewalk plan for $210,000. Constitution Park skate renovation, and then we got some equipment and things like that, cardiac monitors, tasers, and that sort of thing. You'll see that in our capital projects fund, we have $254,000. Revenues were $295,000 and for this last year, and we spent $178,000. This is the fund where our 5-year street project improvement program is going on. It's also where Remembrance Park is going to be built from. And 50% of the Palm Beach Fire EMS contract goes in here for future fire trucks. The Special Law Enforcement Trust, that did really well. The police did quite well on that one. So there's money there, $315,000. The Water Utility Fund, you'll see that total revenues versus expenses, they're starting on their way up. We're getting ready to do massive projects, replacement of the cement asbestos pipe. Here's the water actual to unaudited actual. Budget doesn't work really well in the enterprise funds. We're looking at budget because we go in when we're closing the year. We take all the capital that was budgeted for, and it becomes an asset. So it's trading one asset for another, cash for equipment or plant or infrastructure. And so it just doesn't work quite as well. But if you see year to year, year over year, water administration went down a little bit. Water production's up. Distribution. Renewal and replacement is down a little bit, and that's because they're starting to do real capital improvements. The fund balance looks good. They're doing well. Then our refuse and recycling. This is one of the areas that the manager wants to look at a little closer next budget period. We have it collected, our revenues are collected through the tax roll as a non-ad valorem tax, and that's subject to the 4% reduction. So if you early pay, so that against the 3.5% increase we have, every time we go up 3.5% increase, we lose a little bit from what we're paying to our vendors. So we're going to be looking at that. And you can see the reserves went down to 47,000, so it's kind of been a downward spiral. Stormwater, they've started some major infrastructure improvements. So you see that while their expenses are down, that's because of that, where you trade cash for an asset. So the expenses don't show up as expenses in an enterprise fund. It's like for-profit accounting. So the using up of the asset is done through depreciation. So you see that number's going down, but they're spending significant money. And here they are, no maintenance expense now because they're doing capital improvements. So the maintenance expense now is capital. Instead of putting a Band-Aid on, I like to say, now they're replacing and making stronger. Stormwater fund balance looks reasonably good. We did put some ARPA funds in there, and that's helped shore them up. And then our purchase PO rollover that we have, that next slides go through the PO rollover. You'll see that we have $831,000, which the largest of that is the fire truck, the pumper. Then we go to the building, a little bit there. That was just their share of IT security. Capital Improvement Fund, L Portal is well underway, so you see that the money is rolling over there. And the Public Works Fire Department has money there. Water utility, you can see that they're ramping up, so they've got quite a lot of things going on. Engineering services, pretty soon it'll all go to construction, so you'll see a lot of activity there. and you see the largest rollover for our water utility on the next page, which is the $2 million for the water main replacement project on Country Club. And we have one last page, stormwater, Zale Portal stormwater project going on. That's added to the other El Portal work. And then the police department has their accreditation service contract rolled over. And are there any questions? I'd be happy to
Thank
do
you,
my
Jeff.
best to answer them.
Council, any comments or questions?
Not for me.
So just so I'm clear, we have now met the 25% minimum for general fund reserve?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's
Perfect.
exciting. Yeah. It's necessary in our locale, so it's exciting.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Painter, do you have any questions or comments? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. I'd like to get a motion on the consent agenda with removing item 8 for further discussion, if council is okay with that.
I would be okay with that because I was actually going to ask to remove number 8.
There you go. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Keith, remind me, is it permissible to talk about agenda item 8 now, or do we need to put it at the back of the regular agenda?
No, you can be appropriate to discuss that and take action on it now.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll open that for discussion. Vice Mayor, do you want to start since you said you had some comments?
I just wanted to make some or ask for some clarifications. Are we doing excess work with our staff in addition to following the Florida Leagues of Cities? Or is this separate from what they're already doing? Like, I don't want to double the work, if that makes sense. Duplicate the work. I don't know if that's Jeremy or where this came from.
I'm not sure I understand the question. So,
Like, our staff is going to be working on these items. Is it going to take an excessive amount of staff hours because we are expanding the scope work? And Florida Leagues of Cities they already do all this work. So are we just duplicating the work, or are we doing something they're not doing?
Jeremy, I'll take a stab. So it's pretty much the same as we do every year. So we do generally go along with what the Florida League of City and Palm Beach League of City is advocating for during the session. And so our lobbyists will help us as well. And lots of times when bills start to get filed, the league will reach out and individually request cities to email your local state rep. So Jeremy is typically the one that sends those emails, or our lobbyists will reach out. So it's really nothing above and beyond what we normally do every session. Jeremy,
I know when
do you
there's
agree?
bills that specifically are going to affect the village, we will put staff to research or put something together, some of the heavier bills. We already do that. I just wanted to kind of know if we were I don't want to duplicate work is my point. Because Florida Leagues is already established to do all that work. And I just want to make sure we're not overextending staff, because we already have so much staff anyways. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Jeremy, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I mean, I think you answered right. I mean, I guess it depends on the bills, and what comes up is how much work it is. I mean, there are things that, require some staff time to put together reports to whether the mayor or our lobbyists, take it. I mean, there's time. So, I mean, I don't know how excessive it is, but, we've managed the last couple of years. But, unless something comes up that just takes amazing amount of staff time, we'll continue to do what we do.
Okay.
And then we're also, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm done.
We're adopting, if we choose to endorse this or adopt this, it just gives the mayor or Jeremy the ability to advocate and lobby when they're in Tallahassee on that, and without coming back to further approval. So there's really not a whole lot, in my experience, it's not a whole lot of staff time that's taken for these. This is what the League of Cities is doing, and they carry that laboring work. There might be anecdotal work to get some information, but I don't have the concern that our staff is going to be taxed on this.
Okay. I wasn't concerned. I just wanted to make the clarification. It was just a question that came up.
Yeah, well, that's
That is
great.
all.
Thank you.
So this sort of resolution to me is very common and necessary. It serves as a guide or a heads up for the lobbyists and staff to be on the lookout for beneficial or negative things that can occur relative to these the legislative priorities. So it's helpful, and depending upon the nature of the problems that may arise, it may or may not require staff work, but it lets the mayor and the staff know that they can fully do what they need to do to effectuate the things that are stated in the resolution.
Agree. Right. Councilmember Painter, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. The one thing I wanted to potentially add is, so the Live Local Act did not make it on the Florida League of Cities or Palm Beach County League of Cities legislative platforms. It was heavily discussed, but they did not make it. And then I think, was the Live Local in your policy committee? Did they discuss it in yours?
We did discuss it. It did not make the priority or the policy statement. Yeah.
So, but it is on everyone's radar, and I know there's, many different interest groups that are working on potential amendments. So I would want to suggest, and maybe Keith could help us word it properly, but I think we should put some kind of clause in there along the lines that, the village understands the need and supports affordable housing and, economic dignity, but we also want to be able to advocate for any Live Local amendments that might pop up this session to, advocate and protect home rule. And, with that bill, it's really not one size fits all. So might be beneficial to add that in case it does end up popping up somewhere that, Jeremy and I can advocate for that as well.
I'm supportive of that.
I am too. Would you look favorably if legislation came along to curtail or do away with the Live Local Act?
Well, I think that's what we want to decide. Do we want to support amendments to it that make it, maybe give us some more leeway with aesthetics, or, it's a big preemption right now. So do we want to support amendments to it because we do understand the need for affordable housing, or do we want to completely advocate against it?
Personally, I understand the need, but I'm not a big fan of this particular piece of legislation, but I'm all in favor of letting you and staff and the lobbyists have leeway to do whatever you think might be necessary relative to anything that comes up in regard to the Live Local Act.
Yeah, I would say it's same thing, just giving you the ability to react to include Live Local generically, and globally. So it might be something for or against. And I don't want to pigeonhole us into something like that, but we know all the bad things or the difficult things that have come with it and all the unintended consequences. So I would say giving you free reign on anything for Live Local to represent, we have faith that you're going to do the right thing for our village. So I would support however that could be worded.
Okay. Vice Chair?
So the majority of the Live Local Act, I do not support at all. If you want to add amendments, if it does give the village teeth to support home rule, then I support that. Because I know that the battle we are up against for the bill as a whole. So if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I know, so not to get political, but this one was, no one was going to overcome it last session because both parties completely aligned on it, and it was the Senate President's top priority. It was passing.
It's a whole nother year.
And she is still the Senate President this year, so I don't know that it would get completely abolished. So I think what the league typically does is they work really closely with the legislator to come up with amendments together that best serve both parties. So it's kind of a meet in the middle. Not everything. Sometimes they completely will flat out deny stuff, but they're, the way they usually operate is to let's work together. We don't like this. How can we revise that so it, doesn't preempt the cities as much? So that'll, I would assume that would be the approach this year. I don't know for sure.
I say go for it.
How about this? I can add language to the title, to the findings of fact, and to the body to the effect that the village recognizes the need for affordable housing in Palm Beach County, however would support legislation that relaxes home rule preemptions related to affordable housing. It's kind of a broad painted statement that I don't think is, that would allow us to continue to recognize affordable housing need, but recognizes that, Live Local was certainly a big assault on home rule, and we would support relaxing some of those preemptions, whatever they may end up being. I can do that. And if you wanted to move the resolution with that amendment, I can, you could do that. I can make the changes and have it back for execution right away.
It's fine with me.
Everyone's good with that?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Painter, you're good? Okay, all right, can I get a motion on that with the amendment that Keith just read?
I'll move adoption of resolution number 2923 as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right, moving on to communications from citizens. Mary Ann, do we have any?
We do. We have two. The first will be Mr. John Knapp.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's John Knapp. I'm here with my wife Pam. We live at 147 Magnolia Way in Tequesta, and our home backs up to the now infamous Hannah's Home expansion. And I first want to start off by saying how much I appreciate, the job that you guys do here in the city. And I'm all for the purpose of Hannah's Home. I was at the grand opening 10 years ago, and I also financially contributed to Hannah's Home for several years, my wife and I. However, this new expansion plan that's been put forth and has been permitted, I guess, years ago and then extended several times in an R1 zone, I guess there's been some kind of variance given for them to build a multifamily dwelling on the back of the property, which backs up to 4 or 5 of our homes. I'm here speaking for, there's 12 properties involved here. And I'm just not sure if that's in the best interests of these 12 property owners. I know it's not in my best interest. I've seen a rendition. I don't have site plans of what's going on. And I understand that we're probably going to be set back about 20, 30 feet from my back fence where I swim. And it's a 2-story dormitory. And I didn't buy the property 20 years ago and pay all the taxes I've paid to be put in this position where I lose my privacy, basically. And I know there are other owners that feel the same way, that the dormitory should be a single-story dormitory, not a 2-story dormitory. And not so sure why we have to have a 2-story dormitory, to be honest with you. So I kind of am protesting this a little bit. I'm definitely voicing my opinion that I think it was inappropriate. And as I went on your website, and I believe this to be true, I just feel that this situation varies from what your statement is. Your statement, mission statement here is to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the community, provide exceptional fiscal, sound, and efficient customer service, uphold the public interest, and advance the community vision. Everything I've heard here tonight sounds like that's exactly what you do, okay? But not in the case where I'm going to lose not only my privacy, but also my property is going to be affected, my property value. And we all like our property values here in Tequesta lately, don't we? They've been going up and up. And I'd like to maintain mine. And I think there are other residents, 12 that I could speak of, that feel, and I can't speak for all of them, but I know that we've talked among ourselves that feel the same way. And it's just not, it's not right. It's not in our best interest. So I guess my question to the board is why were we not considered? 2 of the things that you spoke that are on your site
Sir,
are.
I'm so sorry. Your time is up. So if you could wrap up your final comment,
Okay.
please.
2 of the vital, two of the vital values of this city are communication and compassion. We were not communicated with, and I certainly hope that this finds compassion with the board as I speak for 12 owners to back up to this property. So I'm just disappointed. That's all I can say. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
We have Mark Moynihan.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Mark Moynihan. I'm number 1 Chapel Circle, Tequesta. I'm here with my wife, Kathy. My property also backs up to Hannah's place, and we also donated to their, their cause years ago. John pretty much wrapped it up the same way I feel. I said, it's, I got a 2-story apartment building going 10 feet off my property line that's going to block my whole backyard. I'm going to lose my privacy. There's probably going to be noise. They clear cut all the land, all the trees out of there, so I'm wide open. It was devastating when we go to see, when we heard about it and we came and we said what's going on. We discovered the site plan that it's pretty much a multiple family, 2-story, other cottages in there. It's almost like a compound. And I was always under the assumption that we were R1 rated, zoned. It's a single family. We understand that the 2 stories, that's legal in that area, but not an apartment house. I pretty much call this apartment house. I think it's going to house 14 families. So my concerns is, again, the noise, the privacy, and also the value of my home. I mean, we're going to drop it. I've been here for 13 years, and we like the community. Everything's perfect. We love it. So it's just a kind of a blindsided type thing. I think I should have been aware of it, or I should have had some type of public hearing notification of what was going on here. So, that's just my concern. So basically, we're kind of in the same boat here with the 12 people. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jessica Namath.
Hello, Jessica Namath, 20 Shady Lane. I would just wanted to point out that I think that this is becoming a pattern, and I don't think that this is the type of behavior we want to continue having in our village, where we're talking to residents or business owners or surrounding areas after the fact, or including that in something that is a stipulation, again, after it's already been allowed. I know that I've had people around the vet building that have come up to speak to me that weren't happy. They were outside the few 100-foot range, because I believe they only have to go within a few 100 feet. But in a community of our size, I think we expect to be treated better than this. And so I would just like to recognize this is becoming a pattern of behavior that we need to change, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Cindy Quinn.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Cindy Quinn, and I live at 38 Chapel Court, Tequesta. Lived in the property for 44 years. Have always loved our little village here. Before Hannah's house came to be Hannah's house, it was originally a church. Prior to the church becoming Hannah's house, they met with every party that backed up to that property and around Chapel Circle. At that time, there were no homes on the other side where landscaping is. They were asked their opinion. They were told exactly what was going to take place there, exactly how many women, exactly how many children they would take. I haven't heard anybody receive any letters about what they're doing at Hannah's house. Are they going to build a wall? Are there going to be, are they going to build a playground there with screaming children? Miss Young, you lived in that community at one point, and you know exactly what I'm speaking of. They're regular lots. They're not quarter acre, half acre, So, yeah, we're pretty close. And I think it's a shame that people were not contacted, not asked their opinion, and it was just a done deal. It's already done. We don't have anything to say about it. We can come here and speak, and tell you how we feel about it. But you guys have already given them the stamp. So I hope your property values stay where they are, because ours are definitely going to decline.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comment? Okay. Thank you for coming to speak to us tonight, and we technically cannot discuss this item or take action on it tonight at this meeting. If council is okay with it, I would like to have, if Keith or Jeremy has any history. I know that application predates, I think, all of us up here. I don't know if Vice Mayor was here. So we don't even know all the details, but I do know at the time, I'm sure the appropriate public notice policies with agendas were followed. Our policies are different now. We do letters, we post signs now. That's all stuff that we've added within the past 2 years, I think. So we continue to improve getting the word out on upcoming development applications. So I will if Keith could comment, but then we can't have any further discussion tonight.
The only thing I will tell the council is that, as the last speaker alluded to, Hannah's Home approvals occurred about 10 years ago, and those were the approvals. There have, to my knowledge, there have been no other changes or alterations. It was approved back then as a phased development. It is still under, they're building what they were approved to build. The public notices were sent out, public hearings were held, and development.
So they weren't.
This is.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So, that's what I can tell you, is that it happened when it happened, and the process is underway. But I'm not aware of any applications to modify the development approvals that were originally granted. And that's my recollection as I sit here. Obviously, I have not reviewed any of the files. I did not know this was going to be a topic of public comment this evening. And to your point, Mayor, it's correct. You've heard public comment. If the council wants to take a dive into this, you can certainly direct staff to open those files, take a look and report back, or have future discussions. But that would be the extent of this evening's involvement with that topic.
Okay. All right, I think it would be appropriate to ask staff to kind of do a dive, and they can send us the information.
That would be my main request, is just that each council member is sent even the design, because I have yet to even see this 2-story dormitory, so just catch us up on what is even happening.
Okay. So Jeremy, if you guys could provide that, and we'll go from there. Okay. All right, moving on. Communications from council.
I have a few, and I'll go through them quickly. I want to say thank you to Steve Rubiano from the Dunkin' Donuts that hosted and paid for the Coffee with a Veteran, which we had a lot of veterans that were there as part of the Marine Corps League. Not as many of the public, but I think it will catch on, and I hope at a future meeting that when we can discuss this, to endorse that again, because I know that the Marine Corps League really loved it. So I want to thank to Steve and Mayor Young for coming by as well. Also want to say that thank you to the Village of Tequesta. We supported Pie It Forward this year with Meals on Wheels of the Palm Beaches, and we were overall third corporate team for our first year, third place. So I think it was a total of 275 pies. Some of those were virtual, which means it was more of a donation. But I think we actually sold 250 physical pies, so not only through the village, but also with our residents. So thank you for the support for that. I know that our chiefs will talk about, the great Holiday in the Park event that we had, and it was great. The chili cook-off, we heard the success of that. And the fire department Christmas open house, which is fantastic. So, but I know those will be addressed in the report. So that's it.
Mr. Bradford?
All I want to say is thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm happy to be here. This is my first meeting, for those of you that don't know that, council meeting that is. And I look forward to the few months that I have to help out. And again, thank you all for having me.
Welcome.
Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, mine will be quick. And I know we're gonna talk about it more, but I just wanted to applaud the fire department for the open house they did, as well as all of our staff, Parks and Rec for the holiday in the park. I mean, those are two events that really make you realize how lucky we are living in the Village of Tequesta. So great job by all. And I'll keep it short right there, but thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yes, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. And all of our events just keep getting better and better and better. And I think that's because our staff as well is open to critiques, because there's always things we can tweak to make it better or make adjustments based on what's going on. Mr. Sartory, thank you for bringing Meals on Wheels to us for the pies, the pie at Ford. Those were amazing. And I love, just so you guys know, he was hands-on. Him and his wife were literally unloading the pies by hand into this room with the kids. So that's awesome. I love that. That's my style. Mr. Bradford, I'm very excited to have you sitting up here. This man has been in the village for a long time, and he knows not just a lot of the history of the development of Tequesta, like when Tequesta Oaks was made and shopping centers were moved and Village Hall was built here, but he's very knowledgeable in government process as well. And you know, you love to get up and make public comment, I think, for every single item. So this is definitely one way to get more than 3 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So
congrats on your longer than 3 minutes coming up.
Thank you.
I like it. Other than that, I think things are great. Just I really encourage everyone to be kind to our youth. I know sometimes our youth can be a little troublesome, or they're maybe doing something that's not great, like on the golf course or in shopping centers. Maybe their potty mouths aren't great. I feel like if we just work together as a village and talk to them and help guide them rather than scare them, we can make this village even better, and we can have some really great youth leaders coming up the rank, and I'd love to see that. That's it for tonight.
Great, thank you. Just two quick things to bring up tonight. So on November 30th and December 1st, I attended the Florida League of Cities legislative conference. I wasn't able to stay for the entire thing, so I did miss some of the workshops. But at that conference, that is when we have our final policy committee meetings and vote on the priority and policy positions that produce the 2024 legislative platform, which is in the resolution that we just approved. So, you know, it's my second year participating in a policy committee, and last year both of our issues were able to stop bills, and so I'm hoping we have the same luck this year as well with the rest of the policy committees. But it's a really educating process. I've learned a lot, and then it feels really good to be part of, you know, a group from the state that is helping protect home rule. So I would encourage anyone to try it out next year if you have the time to do so. And then one more thing, earlier this week I had a Zoom meeting with Congressman Mast, and two things I brought up with him. One was the bright line and the quiet zone, and how we were you know, discussing safety and wanted to extend it till after season. I asked him if he had any kind of safety data on the bright line and the a quiet zone, and he suggested looking into their Bright Line's 2015 environmental impact statement for any information. So I would like to request staff to look in our report to see if there's anything of value in there. And then the other thing, I did check with our lobbyist before I talked to Congressman Mast to see if it'd be worth bringing up funding for Tequesta Park when we get to the actual construction phase, so not the appropriation we're going for right now. And he did say it would be worth it, so I did put that bug in his ear as well. I did tell him it's years down the road probably, but I wanted to kind of just, you know, place that bug in case we ever can reach out and try to get some federal funding when it comes time for construction. And then otherwise, just happy holidays to everyone. I hope everyone gets some good downtime with their loved ones this season.
Yes.
All right, moving on, standing reports. Village Attorney.
None of this will be legal, but first of all, let me assure Ms. Brandon that shenanigans on the golf course is no indicator of future success, and I can speak to that from personal experience.
My point exactly then.
So, yeah, so, you know, have a little, yeah, so to your point, I agree completely. It's not the worst thing in the world. I just want to thank this council. This has been a challenging year for me, and your support meant an awful lot throughout the year. And I'm really looking forward to working with each of you into 2024. The staff is amazing. The council, this is one of the best councils I've ever worked with over the last 22 years, and I truly mean that. And so, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, thank you all, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Village manager.
All right, a lot of good things, good people doing a lot of things in the village, but I'll piggyback a little bit. Just thank Greg Corbett, Wendy, Kathleen, Tessa, and Ken over the Parks and Rec for the amazing event that they put on. I know Mr. Painter, Mr. Sartory, and Mr. Bradford all came and, you know, lit the tree. I know you guys wanted to attend, but just a wonderful event. Reminds you of what it's like to be, you know, in the village and part of that. The only other thing I'll add is El Portal, we have finished the paving, and so now we just have some punch list. We're gonna line it, and then we'll put some new signs out there. So we still got a couple weeks worth of work, but the majority of it is done, and hopefully won't see any major impacts over there now. So I think, you know, we finally got through it. I know it was a struggle, but, you know, thank everybody for their patience for that.
Any questions or comments for the manager?
No.
Okay. Police department.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Councilman Bradford, congratulations. In regards, you have my report for November. It was very active for us. Obviously, the Run for the Pies, Chili Cook-Off, the Luke Bryan concert that we assisted out on the waterway, as well as with traffic along US 1. Manatee season has began, and we're out on the waters on the weekends. As far as some of the meetings, I attended a press conference with Ashley Moody in regards to See Something, Say Something. Met with Director Wayne in regards to the Airbnbs to make sure that the police department and his department are working cohesively in regards to registration, and when we're out there responding on calls, if there's an instance where we're made aware of an Airbnb that hasn't registered, to make sure that we're having open dialogue to communicate back and forth. So we've set some things up, and with help of IT, Brad Gomberg. One thing that I want to talk about that I'm very proud of is I talked about the civilian firearm safety class, the grant that we were able to obtain. We had our first class this past Saturday. It was very well attended. We're keeping the classes small, 9 to 10 people. We have 2 of our instructors, John Pruitt and Sergeant Yildiz, that are conducting the training. They not only have hands-on at the range, but they're also doing in-classroom, and the virtual simulator that we've used the asset forfeitures to purchase in the past. The first class, the feedback, everyone loved it. They felt it was a great refresher for some that have some experience with firearms and some that didn't. You know, we took care of, with the grant, we took care of all the costs, weapons, ammunition, range time, all that. There's no cost whatsoever to our taxpayers. And, you know, it's something that we're offering. We're the next class in January. We've opened it up. If anyone's here that wants to attend, by all means, give us a call or send us an email to Maria, my office manager. Her extension is 0505-561-768-0505, and she'll be more than happy to register you. I think we're up to like the 3rd class that's already has filled up. So there's a lot of positive feedback as more people that have attended, you know, started talking about it. We have a lot of feedback. I will tell you there's about 7, 8 people sent us an email, and about 6 of them were not residents and weren't happy that their prospective towns, I won't say where they're from, that they didn't apply for the grant, but you know, we're making it out to our residents or people who work in the village, whether it be businesses or own a business, just anyone within the village community. So that's who it's open to, and that's how we'd like to keep it, obviously. So I don't have anything else further if you all have any questions for me.
Thank you. Council?
No, thank you, Chief.
No question.
So I am marked down for the January session, yes?
Yes, you are.
All right, so there are residents. I will be at the January session, so if you want to come shoot some guns with me, come along.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, next, fire department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. I think I'm going to make this a little easy tonight. Can we just go to the first picture? This is, after all, what tonight was about.
Oh, yeah.
I hate to steal everybody else's thunder, but the cook-off was, again, an awesome, awesome event. And if I could reiterate, it's the best run one we've ever had and the best attended one we've ever had. Bigger and better. You can just keep scrolling to the next couple of pictures, sir. My boss, please. That gives you a little idea of the crowd. We were a little bit better spread out this year, but I think everybody had a real good time. Next. Some of the honor guard pictures. That's the winning team every year, even if we don't take home the trophy, just for the record. That's what we all think anyway. That's a picture of our paramedics. A lot of you probably don't know, so I posted this on social media, but our guys train with our medical director every month. The medical director comes in and does ride time. That doesn't happen in a lot of fire departments. Every other month, he actually provides this lecture. So you're getting lectured by the doctor who's signing off on the protocols. It's amazing oversight and amazing involvement from a guy who's been with us from day one. It's Dr. Don Tanabe. It's a picture of some of our rookies. As you know, we hired 2 more rookies in October. Just because they got out of orientation does not mean the training ends. In fact, it's just the beginning. They go through a full year of probationary checkoffs, and these are just a couple of the tasks they performed here in the last month. And then towards the end of my report there, you'll see me mention something about a fire truck. That picture is actually a little bit dated. It's actually on the chassis now. I can see wheels under it, the cab's attached to it, the box is attached to it in the back. I expect to go to Ohio probably mid-January with our final inspection team. We should see the delivery a week or so after that, back to Fort Myers, a couple weeks there for mounting of equipment, and the logos and the stripes all go on it. So we expect it probably by the end of February, in service date 3 to 4 weeks after that. It's an amazing thing that our team did. When we established the vehicle committee team, they put the trucks together. So the cab, you'll notice, is going to end up being identical to the ladder truck. The layout's the same, so everything's in the same spot. The compartments will be laid out as closely as you can, being that one of them has got a big ladder on top and this one does not. But custom built from the ground up. On the final inspection, you're just like reading. Where's my finance guys? Are you in there? It's like reading a budget. You go line by line through it, and you look for any mistakes. We paid a lot of money for that truck, so we should get what we want. So that's what we do when we're up there. Anyway, we're excited to see that come back. Now I'll actually bounce to some of the other things that are on this report. One of my lead inspector, Zach Wickert, he went to the Florida Fire Marshals Conference back in early November. When we weren't worrying about the chili cook-off or run for the pies, we also managed to get in some other training. We got our quarterly training done with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue here on the 11th. That was with A Shift. They did some hose line scenarios and evolutions. And then officer development. One of the things I'm really pushing for this year is to get my captains and lieutenants more involved in pretty much every aspect of what it takes to run a fire department. So to that end, I'm sending them to meetings out of the norm. So the training officer might end up at an EMS meeting once in a while. The EMS and the training officer might end up with me at a chief's meeting, like they did yesterday. And that way they get to see the 10,000-foot level of what it takes to run a fire department. So that's part of it. The other part of it, Captain McGovern mentioned, we had 13 members out of 24 on our department at a class called Pride in Ownership, basically for the love of the job. And it's a presentation put on by Chief Lasky. It's excellent. It's motivational. It teaches them the little things, why it's important to love the job of being a firefighter. So I was real happy to see that kind of turnout. And that does include 5 of our 6 officers. And the only reason it wasn't 6 for 6 is somebody has to be here to run the shift. So I made one of them stay back. So I'm real proud of that. The 2 non-combat volunteers that we recognized tonight, I couldn't be prouder of them in that program. That program started with just an idea that we could use a little more help on public events and a little more help around the office. We've got 6 members right now, and we may be taking on a 7th. And they're huge help to us. Everything from boots on the ground at the event to running little errands for us so that we don't have to. Truly a force multiplier, if you will. The fire department did have their open house on the 9th. I don't have pictures of that because I put this report in early, but the event was awesome. I mean, truly awesome. If you've not seen a Santa Claus do his thing, I don't know if he's still in the room or not, I don't think so, but, you know, I gotta look over my shoulder between him and the shelf elf. But we did, it was great. The kids had a good time. It's nice to see their little faces light up at the event, and I think they did over and over again. We had truck rides, and they could play with the hose lines and picture opportunities and donuts and Danish, and it's just a great time and a great time to go out and mingle with the community. And that's the best place to meet us. Don't do it in the back of the rescue. Don't do it on scene when you're, you know, smoke coming out of your house or anything like that. Come to the fire station and meet your firefighters. So, you know, we look forward to that every year. And then, well, you'll like this one. Hurricane season ended on November 30th. I know the weather's a little frightful out there, but it's not a hurricane, so I'm very happy with that. And with that, I guess I'll say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and hope you all have a good New Year as well. And I'll take questions.
Thank you. Council, anything?
No, thank you, Chief.
No questions, Chief.
All right, one question, because it's coming up in a couple weeks. Are fireworks allowed in the village?
Fireworks are allowed by state statute on a couple of different holidays, including New Year's Eve.
Okay, with safety precautions.
I would say you should take some precautions, yes. We typically put out a blitz of information around July 4th and around this time, so you'll see us start to pepper the airwaves on social media with that. But yeah, common sense stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Just bring it up, because you know they're going to be doing it.
It is.
I'm not saying I'm not one of
For the record, I like fireworks as much as anybody else does, but the Fire Chiefs Association is against that was passed at the state level. We fought that to the bitter end.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, thank you, Chief. And last but not least, utilities.
Good evening, Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director. Welcome, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
So this month's update, the manager already mentioned El Portal. The paving's already complete. When I submitted this, we had been walking through the site, and the sod was being laid. The swales were done, and a few were being redone. And you can see there's some interaction there with some of the engineers and the field staff. So I want to mention that Mr. Nguyen, the contractor, noted the patience and understanding of the residents that have been affected by the construction and offered his thanks, which is the first time that I've heard that from a contractor. So I just wanted y'all to know that, and the general public, the residents. So the next item is the FDEP vulnerability assessment grant. We did get the extra $50,000 for the gap data for the $95,000 grant. That's not a matching grant, that's just a straight grant. The manager mentioned that the IT department got the award this year for the grant. I'll probably never get to that, the percentage of my department spending, but very proud to be able to get those grants every time we can get something to benefit the village. So the current status is we're working on the sensitivity analysis, and we's the royal we, the consultant, Jones Edmonds, and also putting together a scope for the $50,000 to fill in those data gaps. Dover Ditch, that's the shared project with the town of Jupiter. We've received the agreement from DEP, and it is on the agenda for approval. And as you know, Jen Moore and Associates is working on the design. Really, the critical path is the permits. The Army Corps permits can take 9, 12 months, maybe even longer. So it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a living shoreline project. It's something that the LRPI ranked #1 when the presentation was made. That was slightly before I got here. I believe the manager did the presentation. So the water, the SCADA projects, but we've got something that we were unaware of, which is increasing or improving, upgrading the radio frequency system out there for the SCADA communications. That is also on the agenda. It is quite an I guess expensive item. $88,000 is expensive to me, and It was not budgeted, but we really must do it. We talked about whether it was really a need, whether we had to do it, could we limp along, could we, get additional radios. We don't want to make any compromises with our drinking water. So you cannot get those cameras anymore, or those the communication radios anymore, and we just got to do it now. So definitely want to be more proactive on items like that. This was found with our new employee taking a promotional position. So, and then you can read the rest of the items in there, but I will add that says the sizes are no longer available and we cannot install new membranes. And what I meant to say was we can't install them ourselves. We can install new membranes. They're just shorter now, and so you have to put like a piece in there. We need to have a professional installation done. So water main project number 1 and 4, we're getting close. We're going to have the full, or the second, final, whatever you want to call it, the notice to proceed. We did have an initial notice to proceed when the project was awarded, and then we found that the the materials were on an 18-week delay, so we didn't want to do it during the holidays, so we are doing it in January, and which will be nice because El Portal should be pretty much wrapping up everything. So, so we'll be expecting to issue some letters, which I'm going to give to the village manager so he can make you aware, and stage signage. And Beach Road Phase 2, it'll go before the committee in February. Last month I told you it was going in November, and I found out that the Palm Beach County permit was not complete by November, which kept us, you need to have full designs and full permitting to be able to go to that meeting. So we can still bid it, so we will look at bidding it early in the year. So once we get the final permit from Palm Beach County, we can't bid it until we get that. But so we had something this year, the Happy New Fiscal Year, with my entire department. My husband made chili, and it was enjoyed by all. And we talked about all the things that got done this year and what we have planned for next year. And we also did some fun stuff. Well, that's fun stuff for me. Some team building and really getting to know each other. And I just can't tell you how wonderful my team is. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So there's a picture of me there. I was the pinned, or whatever you want to call it. I'm the new state section chair of the American Waterworks Association for Florida. And the rumors that the only reason I wanted that position were to get a tiara are highly overstated. But I'm sort of embarrassed to talk about it, but I want you to know about it, and something that that I'm involved in the state level. There are things that I'm able to bring back information, and those connections. You guys understand the connections that you make. If you've got a problem, you can reach out and resolve them quickly. So easily, hopefully. That's the plan. Dashboard, and it's the beginning of the year. It's only the second year in, and so but the revenues are tracking. So glad not to see their monthly revenue, consumption by class, cross connection control. It's still it's a marathon. The active customer portal users, it really is edging up towards that 20% that the manager gave Dennis. So I was going to make it 15, and Jeremy's like, nope, we're going for 20. So he's good about pushing us and doing stretch goals, so that's good. Accounts receivable, I'm working with Dennis on how we can reduce that. How can we change that number? How can we change that outcome? And I think the rest is self-explanatory, the customer class, revenue. That just doesn't change much here. Revenue by location, and again, just a bigger visual of our revenues year-to-date. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Marjorie.
You want to see the tiara? I could have.
Did you bring it?
It's in my office, if you want to see it.
Council.
So Marjorie, at the EAC meeting yesterday, Jeremy he let us know that you got I think it's a $50,000 grant. The name of it kind of threw me for a loop. So we had the vulnerability assessment grant, and we've done a significant part of identifying our vulnerabilities. But the name of the second grant kind of threw me for a loop. Is it intended to address a mitigation strategy to address our vulnerabilities, or is it to fill in, I think I heard you say data points or something, to fill in more data to fully or better understand our vulnerabilities?
So both grants come out of the Florida Resiliency Funding.
Mm-hmm.
That has been set aside, which is like $50 billion, quite a bit of money. The vulnerability grant was the $95,000, the $50,000, and I'm not sure. I don't want to. It's part of the Resilient Florida funding, and it is for the gap, the data gap for the vulnerability assessment. So we have missing information. Some examples of what we might need to go do is conduct some surveys, some survey to get elevations to put in the model and so forth. So, or pick up more information about any critical infrastructure just in the village. Was
Okay.
there? I'm not sure exactly what.
So
I know there's a number of grants that we have.
So if you fill the data gaps,
Mhm.
does that mean that we will subsequently see seeking a grant from the state to address how we go about
resolving the issues?
Resolving the issue.
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay, so any planning grants are funded at 100%. So if you have, if you get the vulnerability assessment, if you find that you need additional grant money to shore up some of the information in the grant, then you can also apply for that before your vulnerability assessment is done. You must do it before, and that's why I was like, get it in. After your vulnerability assessment is done, then once you have the projects, prioritize the list of projects, mitigation, hazard mitigation, it can go on the hazard mitigation list for the county. Is that what you mean? It also can go. It is, the goal of that list of projects is to help mitigate the inundation issues caused by king tides, raising sea levels, and those grants are only funded at 50%. And our stormwater fund could be better. So we have to be very strategic when we start looking at those projects. Is how we can we partner? Can we get more grants? Can we, often, as you know, Mr. Bradford, many of those grants don't accept matching funds from other locations. You still have to have skin in the game. So we just have to figure out how we're going to eat that elephant.
No, I'm just trying to figure out if we're going to get to the point where we know what our problems are, and then we can worry about how we're going to address them and how we're going to fund them. That's all.
We will get to the end.
Okay.
The schedule for that particular study was always to be completed in April. We will be having one more public meeting as well, and that will be probably January or February.
Okay.
So the other part of that is we kind of followed Lake Park's model they did a couple of years ago. They did this vulnerability assessment, then they went and applied for a larger grant, and they got a large award. So yes, we will use, the plan was to use this to help us with further grants. So either matching or not matching, we'll attack that later.
That's good.
When we get the list.
Vice Mayor, anything? No, ma'am. All right, thank you, Marjorie.
Thank you.
All right, on to the regular agenda, old business, item number 13, ordinance number 11-23, which is the second reading of regulations for the use of artificial turf.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 1123, an ordinance of the Village Council of the Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 78 zoning, Article 9, supplemental regulations, Division 4 landscaping, to provide new regulations for the use, installation, and maintenance of artificial turf, providing that each and every other section and subsection of Chapter 78 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify an effective date, and for other purposes. As you said, this is second reading.
Okay, thank you. Council?
You want me
Mr.
to
Bradford?
start? Yes.
Councilmember Bradford, I'm going to ask you to say,
Yeah,
sorry.
you can call me Tom, I don't care. So I have a couple of things I want to say here. First of all, I don't know if we all received an email from a citizen of Tequesta, but I did. And this person, he raised something that I thought was interesting that we ought to talk about, and that is his point was, if we have a standard piece of property, typically in this case a single-family home, and the landscape code says that they have to have 30% of landscape open space, and if we keep the language in the code that pertains to non-living landscaping can be up to 10% of the property. And then in addition, we allow artificial turf up to 10% of the property, subject to being screened and subject to only being in certain places. Have we, in essence, by doing that, if the logic is correct, if we do that, are we potentially eliminating up to 66% of the landscape open space that we would like to require per the code for landscape open space? Does that make sense to what I'm saying? Well, I believe that's my interpretation of the email that I received. And it does seem problematic, but I don't know if the premise is correct relative to the two 10%, one for artificial turf and one for living landscape. I don't know if that premise is correct. And if it is correct, it could be problematic in terms of radically reducing the amount of required landscape open space on properties.
Okay, I think Jay or Lance, is that something you guys could comment on?
So, as you were commenting, I was looking at how we define this. So the new artificial turf code, as written, proposes a maximum area of 10% of the landscaped area on the lot. So then the definition of landscaped area is the entire parcel less the building footprint, driveways, hardscape, and non-porous areas. So you would take the property, take out the building and those other things, whatever's left, 10% of that could be artificial turf, is how this is written.
So that I knew, but he's also saying, are we allowing the non-living landscaping component, such as gravel or mulch or that whatnot, are we allowing that option to also continue as well?
Landscaped area, well, I'm just talking through this. The landscaped area includes areas of artificial turf used in conformance with the below section. Then we have the code section that's currently on the books where we talk about non-living landscape material. What we say in our code right now about that is, let's see, landscape means any combination of living plants and non-living landscape material. Non-living landscape material shall not be used as a major landscape ground cover, artificial turf is not included in the category of non-living landscape material. So artificial turf is separate, as this is written, is separate and distinct from the other items that you mentioned.
Meaning they could have both.
Yes.
Is that, I don't know if that's good or bad. I just want to make sure we all understand what that might mean.
So you can have your landscaped area, the most artificial turf, and we changed the putting green piece to include putting greens, is 10% of that. So, but you could have other areas that are covered with non-living landscape material, but the way the current code, it's on the books right now, reads is that the non-living landscape material shall not be used as major landscape ground cover. So, but you know, that's how the definition of landscaping reads right now. But it seems to me that they are two different things.
So you can't have an entire backyard of gravel, because that's major landscape covering,
I would agree with that.
the one way you read about it. And yes, it is separate.
Mhm.
And then last meeting, we decided the AstroTurf can only be on the sides or the backyard, but it has to be screened, whether it's hedges or fences, so no front yards.
Right. Well, for me bringing this up is just trying to make sure we're protecting ourselves so that we can ensure that, you know, a reasonable amount of landscape open space that's not artificial turf and is not non-living landscaping continues to remain on the property, is my goal of bringing this up. And I'm having a hard time figuring it out, but it, you know, my math may be wrong, but it made me think, well, for crying out loud, if you got 30%'s got to be landscape open space, and 10% could be non-living, and 10% could be artificial, have we eliminated 66% of the 30% requirement? And I'm not good at math, so, but anyway, that's just a concern I have. I don't know the answer. But I'll make my second point now, if I may. So to all my friends in the village who are environmentally conscious, if I were king, and I am not, I would not allow artificial turf at all. The reason, it's artificial, it's fake, okay, and I don't like it. But I'm not king, okay? And one of our problems that we have in America and in Tequesta sometimes is people have lost the ability to operate in the world of the art of the compromise. We have to compromise. I know that there's people on this dais that are in favor of artificial turf, and I think that we have to do two things. One, the compromise I just mentioned. We've talked about screening and making it so that it doesn't typically be visible from a public roadway or a sidewalk. And but the other thing is we need to get something on the books. We have nothing on the books right now except that it's sort of hidden in the part of the code that talks about the non-living landscaping. That's the way the staff has limited artificial turf to date. But a reasonable citizen who was contemplating artificial turf, if they were to read the code and study it closely, they would likely conclude that we have nothing on the books today that would regulate artificial turf. So I'm in favor of voting for this ordinance tonight, although it goes against my grain. But the good thing about these types of ordinances, as time goes by, if you discover weaknesses or loopholes, that you can easily change the ordinance. And in that vein, I would ask Wayne, where he is, Cameron, the building official, and Mr. Allen, if you see problems and loopholes, please bring it to the village council in the future so that they can be locked down and we can fix the things that may arise. So I will vote for it. I'm not personally in favor of artificial turf, but I'm compromising by doing so.
Thank you.
To that end, Tom, in the spirit of compromise, if people remember, on October 12th, I suggested a 5% total number. I didn't think we should eliminate it. I thought it was an opportunity, but in the spirit of compromise, with the shielding and the hiding of the side yard and the backyard, I agreed to the 10. I agree with, under the premise of let's start something now, get it on the book. So I agree with you. While I wanted 5, the rest of my colleagues thought 10 was acceptable, and in the spirit of compromise, I did that as well. But I agree with your comments, Tom, about getting something on the books now, and if it doesn't work, we can fix it.
Right.
But at least we're getting something on the books to show that we are aware of the issue that's out there, so.
I agree.
No, that's pretty much all the same comments I had last meeting. Was just, we all came to consensus, none of us, and a lot of residents don't want it in the front yard. So again, the compromise was, you put it in your backyard, you want a putting green, or you want to put it around your pool to make it look nice so the kids don't drag dirt, or you have a kid with allergies, put it underneath the play fort. I mean, again, that was kind of like the compromise. You can still have it, but just don't put it in the front yard. And again, I agree with Mr. Bradford. This whole thing even started because our code was lacking some specificness. So that's what we were trying to achieve. And this is the starting point. And that's what I said last time. It's a good start.
Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the code captures the intent of our last, of council when we last discussed it. I'm okay with it.
Thank you. And yes, I align with what has been set up here. I mean, I think we all worked on this to compromise because we saw a problem that needed addressed. And so we've workshopped it. We've talked about this multiple times. So I think this is where we're at. And I agree, if we find loopholes, and we can improve it in the future. So, all right, with that, I'll open it for public comment.
Marie Sapiri, Country Club. You need to revise this ordinance. The effect of the proposed ordinance is to allow a mere 10% of the total lot for single-family homes and duplexes to be devoted to trees and plants. 10%. On a 1-acre property, 10% amounts to a bit over 1,000 square feet. That's all you'd be requiring for a single-family home to have in actual plants if you pass this tonight. The ordinance allows this devastation by doubling the amount of barely permeable open space that properties may have by allowing fake grass to count towards the minimum landscaped area. So that we're clear, this change takes a 30% open landscaped area requirement and slashes it to only 10% of natural plants. This is because under this terribly drafted ordinance, a property can have 10% fake grass, 10% non-living landscape material, and then a mere 10% a postage stamp on many properties of actual living plants. It is exactly back to front. Instead of prioritizing natural living plants in the landscaping, you're prioritizing plastic and putting it on par with trees and flowers. The policy here is awful. We already have too little green space because the buildings are getting bigger with redevelopment. This ordinance goes exactly the wrong way. You cannot claim to prioritize the environmental and aesthetic interests, which are directly related to property values, if you support this. You should also note that no one has ever shown up to speak in support of this ordinance at any public meeting. Furthermore, by irresponsibly reducing the amount of required natural plants, note that you are increasing the flood risk for adjacent properties. The village should incur legal liability for floods that occur if a resident's home floods, and some or all of their neighbors have only 10% fully permeable space with live plants on their properties. A homeowner in that situation should have a claim against the village for having created the condition that caused the flooding. 30% open space is small to begin with. Taking it down to 10% actual plants for residences, especially in an area where we have known and recurring flooding problems, is wholly irresponsible, and it should carry legal liability. The solution here is obvious. In order to preserve aesthetics, health, and property values, you should limit the total non-plant landscape area to 10%. Within that 10%, if property owners misguidedly want fake grass, they can have that. If they want rocks or pavers, they can have those. But it is crazy to allow someone to choose to prioritize plastic, grass, and pebbles over natural plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Nope. Any other public comment? Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Agenda item 14, ordinance number 13-23, a second reading for the structural milestone inspections.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 1323, second reading, an ordinance of the Village Council of the Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 14, Buildings, Building Regulations, creating a new Article 9, Structural Milestone Inspections, to implement statutory requirements for certain multi-story, multi-family residential buildings provided in Section 553.899 Florida statutes, providing definitions, stating intent and authority, providing applicability and areas of enforcement, providing notice requirements, identifying types of required inspections, defining minimum content of inspection reports, designating posting and publishing requirements for inspection reports, establishing timelines for repairs, providing for enforcement, authorizing extensions, designating process for identifying and reporting unsafe structures, and condemnation procedures, providing each and every other section, subsection of Chapter 14 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify an effective date and for other purposes, second reading.
Lynn?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Village Council, Lynn Britt for the Building Department. The Building Director has asked me to provide you with this brief presentation on this item regarding milestone inspections. And Marianne, do you have the presentation?
I don't know if we have the presentation.
I have a thumb drive if you like me. I can bring it in. I'll be right back.
Should we move on to the second? Can we skip this? And because I think
Yeah, this was just on
wanna
second
summarize it,
readings.
Wayne, 'cause
Yeah,
this is
it was only a second reading, so I just had a presentation if there was anything that you wanted to discuss on it. That was really it.
okay, I'll open up for council comments.
I don't have any comments. I have no comments.
I assume this is just to comply with state law, isn't it?
That is
Wayne?
correct.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I think, do we want to see the presentation, or are we good to bypass it? Thank you, though, Lynn, sorry.
Sorry, Lynn, we've moved on.
We've moved on. Is there any public comment? Nope, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on, agenda item 15, ordinance number 15-23, which is a second reading of regulations for temporary shelters.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Ordinance 1523, ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of Chapter 14, Buildings, Building Regulations, Article 8, Construction Site Maintenance, creating an entirely new Section 14183, Temporary Shelter Regulations, to provide regulations for the placement and use of temporary shelter structures on residential lots under limited circumstances following natural emergencies, providing that each and every other section, subsection, in Chapter 14 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify an effective date and for other purposes. Again, second reading.
So this will be very similar to state, we're mimicking the state on this. It was one of those state bills that passed, so unless there is a presentation, but unless there's questions, I think this is very similar to the last one, which we're just adopting the state code.
Yeah, and I think there were some revisions made from our comments last
Yes,
time.
there were.
Can we just get those on record?
Sure. So, two comments from the council at first reading resulted in minor edits, which the first edit, temporary shelter must be connected to water and electric utilities, and then we added must be equipped to and be capable of disposing of generated sewage in accordance with applicable rules, and must not otherwise present a threat to the health and human safety as determined by the appropriate village personnel. So we called out the sewage issue. And then the second edit, we added a new subsection D, the temporary shelter shall be placed within required setbacks unless compliance with such setbacks prevents the temporary shelter from otherwise being able to comply with the requirements of this section and from being used as contemplated by this section. So basically, has to be in the setbacks unless putting it in the setbacks would prohibit it from being there at all in violation of state law. So we did add both of those, the sewage and the setbacks.
Thank you. All right, council, any comments, questions, or would you like to see the presentation?
No, I'm fine.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Councilmember Painter?
Okay.
All right. Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item 16, ordinance number 16-23, second reading for regulations on mobile food vendors.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 1623, ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 78, zoning, Article 9, supplemental regulations, Division 11, mobile food vendors to conform this section to recent changes in state law regarding permitting and operation of mobile food vendors, providing that each and every other section, subsection, Chapter 78 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments?
I have none.
No? Councilmember Painter? You're good?
State law.
Great. Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item 17, consider adoption of engagement letter for legal representation in PFAS litigation. Keith?
This was brought to the council in October, I believe, and council asked for additional information, which I provided last month regarding other jurisdictions being represented by this particular group. You workshopped this and directed it be placed on tonight's agenda for formal adoption. The agreement is in the backup. There's no change to it. Do you want me to go through the issues?
Sure,
that we
yeah, there was
discussed?
some questions from last time, so he's just going to address them.
So the mayor and I had a phone call earlier today regarding a couple of particulars in the retainer agreement. One of the items that we discussed is in paragraph 3, and it has to do with the idea that they could hire additional legal help if need be. And speaking with the attorney who is actually the point of contact for us for this, you know, we talked about the idea that this is a nationwide, very complex environmental class action lawsuit. They may need, from time to time, local representation, depending on where issues arise. They may need subject matter experts. For example, the Fraser Law Team is one of the groups that will be working with Ventura, and they are an environmental litigation law firm that they specialize in complex environmental litigation issues. So, you know, they've already been brought on board, but you know, that language simply gives them the latitude to bring on help if it comes to be that additional specialized help is needed, but it would be, you know, to our benefit in representing us. Another question that came up was regarding the cost breakdown. You know, the agreement provides for a 25% contingency fee. We don't pay anything unless we recover funds through the settlement process, which, by the way, that's really what these folks are going to be doing for us is as the council has discussed, you know, the idea here is we've been identified as an entity that appears to have some settlement recovery rights based on our water plant and fire department and use of PFAS and other chemicals. So, you know, this is to get us through the settlement process. We're not looking to waive out of the settlement class and go at it on our own. That's not what this is about. This is simply getting us through the settlement negotiation process. So all that to say is the way that this cost breakdown works, and I believe this is very typical in contingency fee and settlement situations, At some point, a number will be obtained, a settlement number, whatever that number is. The gross settlement amount, then the attorneys recover their out-of-pocket costs off the top. So from whatever the filing fees were, the expert witness fees, whatever the actual expenses were, those get paid right off the top of the gross settlement number. Then you have the net amount after that. That is the number from which the 25% attorney fee provision is calculated. So that's how it will work. No matter who else they hire or what those costs are, our exposure, we're still not paying anything. They get 25% of whatever we recover from the net settlement number after the money that they have fronted to pay to bring the lawsuit is paid. So that's how that works. There was, I'm trying to remember what the paragraph 8 was.
Oh, that one was moot. I think you covered it.
I mean, those were the
Those are the ones
two
that
items
came
that we
up.
discussed. I am completely comfortable using these folks. As I mentioned, they represent the city of West Palm Beach. They also represent the city of Tampa, as well as many other jurisdictions outside of Florida. Again, this is not litigation. I mean, it is litigation, but it's getting through the settlement process. It's not going to trial. So I am comfortable that this group is as good as any. This is what they do in terms of class action, complex commercial and environmental litigation and lawsuits. This is what they do. I'm completely comfortable with them representing us through this settlement process.
Thank you, Keith. Council, any comments, questions?
No, I'm in favor of it. I mentioned before, I was a settlement administrator for almost 4 years, and this is the contingents, the fee of 25% is really below market. So I'm very comfortable with it.
Question, Patrick, if you want to go ahead.
No, I have no comment. I'm satisfied with everything Keith just said, and I agree that 25% is reasonable under the circumstances.
Keith, I didn't understand the first 25% or something you were talking about. Something about gross cost and then the remainder?
Yes. So a settlement, a dollar number will be reached in the settlement process.
Right.
Whatever that number is, the attorneys will recover their out-of-pocket expenses off the top of that.
Out of pocket, okay.
Their filing fees, paying their experts, deposition, mediation, whatever those hard costs are, they'll get paid for those. Then there's money after that.
And then
that is the number that the 25% is calculated off of.
I got it now. Okay, so is there anything in this document that precludes us hiring others or experts or anything that we might want in case we might want it?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I mean, we would work, my recommendation would be to work with them to do that, but just doesn't tie our hands in terms of that sort of thing. I'm not sure. I know they're prepared to work with us in getting data, getting test results from, brought in and all of that. But
So, I anticipate that, all the municipalities and governments that are in the water business, both public and private, they're going to end up being successful, is my guess. And having the funds that come to us from that would be all well and good, but, we have to make sure what our true cost will be relative to do away with PFAS. In other words, if we get $1 million, but it costs $3 million to solve the problem, well, we only got 33% of the problem solved. But I just want to make sure we know somehow I guess we don't know, unless unless they will do it for us, help us figure out what our total liability is, or
I believe that's part of what they will do to help us, but no, I can't sit here and tell you that I know what our PFAS exposure is and
Yeah.
what kind of remediation we're gonna ultimately, I have no idea.
And my last question, these two firms, where are they based?
The Ventura Group, they're up in, somewhere in either New England or New Jersey, and the Ventura, or the other group is out of Tennessee, the environmental litigation experts.
Okay, all right. I'm okay with it, that's all I have.
Okay. That's it?
I'm good.
All right. Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on to new business. Agenda item 18, site plan modification 7-23 for Lighthouse Art Center.
And Mayor, before we begin, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. With your permission, I can dispense with the opening items. This is agenda item 18, the site plan modification for Lighthouse Arts Center. If you're going to be speaking to the village council on this item, offering testimony, your comments need to be under oath, so I need to swear you in. If anybody other than Mr. Lilly will be speaking to the council, and please stand, raise your right hands. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony to the village council on this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can all have a seat. Coming back to the council, including Mr. Painter, I see you on the screen. If any of you have had any ex parte discussions regarding this item, discussions with staff, discussions with outside, with the applicant, if you've consulted with experts, done site visits regarding the application, anything of that nature, that activity needs to be disclosed for the record at this time.
I've had none.
I've had none.
I have none.
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 Well, thank you, Mayor. Then we can proceed with this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Lance Lilly with Community Development. First off, I'd like to say happy holidays. I'm going to start with that. So the application that we have in front of us is from the Lighthouse Art Center. The applicant would like to put a 1,296 square feet outdoor area with minor revisions to the existing site and landscape plans. I did want to start off and say that the application was reviewed by our Development Review Committee, which includes our landscape architect, traffic, civil, community development, as well as building and every other representative in the village. Through that process, the application went before the Planning and Zoning Board on November 16th, which it was received by the Planning and Zoning Board with a 5-0 vote. The applicant is here to answer any additional questions that I may not be able to answer, and that is pretty much it.
Okay. Thank you, Lance. Council?
No, I don't have any immediate questions, but I do want to say thank you to the DRC and to Planning and Zoning for, again, when it comes to us, we're kind of the final glance over, and it's been through a number of eyes and a number of processes that the village and our residents can have faith in. So I don't have anything at this time.
Lance, refresh my memory. Will this reduce, no, if it does reduce the number of parking spaces, will the parking spaces that remain still be in compliance with the code?
So the applicant is not reducing the number of parking.
No.
If you actually refer to page 5 of the staff report, it mentions that the required number of parking for art centers or art galleries / museums are 1 space per 4 seats in the room for a public assembly, or each 200 square feet of gross area used by the public, whichever is greater. If you look at the applicant's site plan, which is on page SP1 and SP1.1, they actually provide us with a diagram that shows the use that's for the public. They have like hash marks on their site plan, as well as they are saying that they're putting 19 spaces on the site.
And you're satisfied with it? Code-wise?
Yeah, per code, yes.
All right, that's all. I just want to know.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
So this is different than the last time I reviewed something from you guys. This is much better, and thank you for meeting code and working with our staff and going through all the proper procedures, and I actually have nothing. I listened to the P&Z, and I thought they did a good job, and I'm actually satisfied.
Okay. Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, no comment. I mean, I think it'll be a great addition to the art center. I think it'll make it a much more usable space from what was there previously. So I think it's great. No comment.
I have no comment either, and it's exciting to see the improvements happening over there. So any public comment? All right, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve, what is it called? SPM 7-23 application from Lighthouse Art Center.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good evening.
All right, agenda item 19, a conceptual presentation by Whitman Family Development for a temporary pop-up shopping concept at Paradise Park.
And Mayor, with your permission, as always, I have a statement to read about the conceptual presentation. This conceptual presentation is not a quasi-judicial proceeding, and no action shall be taken by the Village Council beyond a discussion with the applicant. Neither the outcome of this conceptual presentation nor any comments made during this conceptual presentation by any Village Council member or village staff is a guarantee or assurance in any way of the final action that may be taken by the Village Council pursuant to a formal application. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay?
Good evening, Jay Hupsch, Community Development Director. So this is a really unique request. So it's going to come forward as a special event permit. So rather than them come forward with a special permit request, we thought that it'd be good to kind of workshop it with council and with the public. And that would give us time to kind of work out any issues that may come up before now and the special event, which we anticipate coming forward in January, assuming everything goes okay tonight. The applicant has a presentation and a video that they want to show tonight. And staff does have, from the PD and the fire and building, have a few questions and concerns that we do want to raise, but we thought we'd let the applicant do a presentation, and then we'll kind of go over those at the end if you guys want to know what our concerns are.
Okay, great.
Do you guys want to do the video first or the presentation first?
The presentation would be a good place. Good evening. Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Ben Elias. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Bal Harbor Shops. The Access Pop-Up is an exciting event opportunity that we're here to discuss tonight. We've come and discussed it with each of you individually, but I'd like to just walk through a presentation so everyone has a chance to see the overall concept. So again, this is the Bal Harbor Shops Access Pop-Up. If you would scroll to the next slide, please. Before talking about the pop-up, I'd like to talk a little bit about Bal Harbor Shops. Hopefully many of you have been down to Miami and seen Bal Harbor Shops. This is a family-owned business. I've worked for the company for about 10 years now. Thank you. It was founded in 1965, so we've got a brief timeline just of some critical events here and also a couple of images of the interior of Bal Harbor Shops as it is today. Founded in 1965 by Stanley Whitman. This was a groundbreaking retail concept in its day. There were no shopping centers of its kind. Most shopping centers contained hardware stores, drug stores, convenience items like that. And Stanley had a vision of an all-luxury retail center in Bal Harbor, Florida, which is a small village like the village of Tequesta. So we're seeing a lot of parallels here as I sit here this evening. In 1983, it expanded to be a two-level shopping center. In 1997, we reached a milestone of success for our industry in terms of sales productivity. In 2003, my boss, Matthew Whitman Lazenby, the third generation operator of Bal Harbor Shops, joined the family business and really took over, revolutionizing some of our common area space and bringing art and public activation rather than maximizing more retail space, which again, for a shopping center is an unusual thing to give up your space to create more public space, but that's the type of business that we are and part of our DNA. In 2019, we launched the construction of our latest expansion, which is bringing almost a doubling of our shopping center in Bal Harbor. And in 2023, we think it's another milestone that we've launched our Bal Harbor Shops Access Pop-Up. Take a look at the photos so you can see some of the interior of Bal Harbor. This is intended to be a tropical garden that you shop in. And we've held that true to our DNA since 1965. And every expansion we've done and every project we've done has had water features, koi ponds, palm trees, tropical experiences. This is retail shopping as a retail experience before experiential retail was a thing. I'm going to skip the video for now because maybe if we have time we'll come back to it. It's a little bit long. But the overview, this image shows the pop-up as it's been assembled in its first destination, which is Raleigh, North Carolina. So it's currently there. It opened just after Thanksgiving, and it'll be there for 8 weeks, running through mid-January. You can see some of the imagery from inside the pop-up. These are actual images of the setup, not renderings. And hopefully you'll see images that look a lot like Bal Harbour shops. Though it's made of shipping containers, it's really designed to be a replica experience of what we've done in Miami Beach for close to 60 years now. Open air spaces, retail experience, an outdoor dining terrace, tropical landscaping. There are fountains, there are koi fish. Right now it's in Raleigh, so the palm trees have to be wrapped in blankets at night, but when it's in Tequesta, Florida, it'll be sort of back in its tropical climate. The site that we've identified as a prospective site for this in Tequesta is the parking lot that's adjacent to the park where the chili cook-off was held. It was nice to see some of those photos for the first time. The reason that we chose the parking lot rather than placing it on the grassy area is that this is a shipping container structure. It has to be loaded in, assembled. It has a lot of weight, a lot of structural components. And it's designed to be assembled within a very short period of time. In Raleigh, it took us just over 3 days to actually put the containers together. There's a decent amount of site prep work, so there could be 2 weeks of setup. But if we do this on the grassy lot, that setup time could be extended through structural improvements that might need to be made to the ground. So we've proposed a layout on the parking area, and we would propose to use the grassy lot immediately to the south as our parking field. I'd like to point out a couple of features of the site layout. I don't know if this is a pointer, but you can see the red dotted line that's vehicles coming in off of Tequesta Drive, and at the bottom of the screen you can see they might be able to access from Bridge Road as well, coming in Main Street, turning onto the property, and you can see a valet drop-off sort of right as the car arrives onto the parking lot area. We received some comments through the process with the village staff that there was some concern about residents or visitors parking on the grassy area and maybe tripping or other things like that. So we think by operating it as a valet that we'd be able to simplify the experience, help anybody that has accessibility issues, really drop off in front of the main entry, park the car for them, and simplify the ingress and egress from the site. In addition to the container layout, there are some service containers that are shown in the bottom left corner of the layout area. These are ancillary uses. You saw in the images a outdoor dining terrace. This is mobile kitchen, refrigeration, storage. All of the back of house needs to operate that restaurant are done on the back side of the proposed layout. There's a small green screen that you could see that would prevent that from being an eyesore as visitors arrive to the experience. And then there are restroom trailers on the back side. I just mentioned the restaurant. The restaurant is a concept that we've partnered with a national caterer to create in our own kitchen, a restaurant concept that we would bring to each pop-up market. And so this isn't that we've identified one of our tenants in Bal Harbour and brought them along. This is a kitchen that we own and operate. And it's taking its name, the Whitman, from Whitman by the Sea, which was a hotel owned by the Whitman family in the 1940s. And really the idea is to create a lifestyle experience, al fresco dining environment, but not directly compete with or battle with a restaurant that might be around the corner, because we're taking this to all sorts of destinations around the country. We don't know what the local cuisine will be when we get there. So we're hoping to cater to the local environment and design a menu that will suit the community. The restaurant's about 150 seats, most of which are outside, and there's a bar associated with it as well. Core to our DNA in Bal Harbour shops, we really try to engage in the experiences I've been talking about through eventing, music. We had a live symphony a couple weeks ago at the shopping center. We invite residents and the public to enjoy lots of events and activities. And we'd be looking to bring the same type of experiences to the pop-up. So in Raleigh, we had a grand opening party. We partnered with the local children's hospital to have proceeds from sales go towards charity. Live music performances, the brands host events. We have influencer events, and really charity events are something that we've done for many years in Bal Harbour that we're looking to do as a community engagement in any environment that we're arriving into. So I know that there are many local charities here. We would be looking in this process to identify ones that would like to partner with us to have eventing, engage with their audiences, and really try to make an impact on the local community, as well as making a fun, exciting retail experience. A little bit more about the charity and local engagement. These are a couple of photos from that opening night where we partnered with the UNC Rex Hospital to give proceeds from the sales that evening to the hospital. I'd had some questions about the marketing strategy, so I put some information here just about the overall PR strategy, social media strategy, trying to engage with national, regional, and local marketing outlets to really try to create awareness and excitement around the event. And through that awareness and excitement, we really believe in this location, we could draw visitors to your community from as far north maybe as Vero Beach and as south as Boca Raton. This is going to be a unique, exciting experience that people will want to come and check out. We've heard some concerns, some in this community, some in Raleigh before we arrived, from local businesses who might be concerned about the impact we would have on them during our time in the community. But we really do believe that we would function as a draw to the community. The concerns that were raised in Raleigh before our arrival, we really haven't heard anything since our arrival. Our site is at a shopping center in Raleigh. The owner of that shopping center has not come to us with concerns from their tenants. Since we opened, there was concern and fear before our opening, but since then we've not experienced any pushback. We really view this as a potential draw. So hopefully local businesses that we could partner with would see it that way, but we understand there might be concern going in. So I have a couple of nice photos here showing the deployment in Raleigh. You can see in the evening it's nicely lit. The greenery, it's the holiday season, so we've got it wrapped with holiday lights inside. The main arrival is greeted with a welcome desk. Visitors are asked to register into our membership rewards program. This is a controlled environment. This is not an open, wild event. This is a very controlled, greeted, luxury type of experience that customers are arriving to. That may be the last slide. I thought there was one more picture. Okay. I really just wanted to run through the presentation because we've all had a chance to discuss most of the event in detail and see if there were any questions that have come since you heard the first presentation, questions from the residents, and really try to address any concerns or items that may have come up.
Thank you. And Keith, do you have anything else you want to add before we open it for discussion?
Just two brief things. It was felt the special event permitting process was the appropriate mechanism to process this. One thing with Village Code regarding special events is that you either need to be a business holding a current village business tax receipt or a village resident to apply for a special event. So there would need to be, if there's an application, it would need to be sponsored through some resident would have to be willing to, or business with the business tax receipt be willing to. So that, that's something that the applicant will have to comply with. The second thing, and parking has kind of been touched upon, but and one of the issues is that, and you may recall, these properties are subject to a couple of different either cross-access agreements or shared parking agreements or that sort of thing. So, you know, nothing that we can do here can override whatever those requirements are. But all that to say is another thing that would have to happen is that there would have to be assurances that those agreements are honored and that they're not, that both sides are comfortable that whatever happens is not going to violate. We're not going to certainly be interpreting their agreement or refereeing the arrangement between the two parties to that agreement, but the council needs to be aware that those agreements exist, and we certainly are not in a position to say we'll grant the special event permit and, you know, you're free to deal with parking regardless of those agreements. That certainly would need to be honored. So those are two of the legal issues that came up. As the agenda backup indicates, there's a number of comments that Chief Medina has put in his memo with the staff report, but those would be the comments that I would have.
And I'll just add, you have Chief Medina's, I mean, they've been great communicating and you know, going to address some of our issues, but this has not been fully vetted. We have not put it through fire and building at this point. Planning hasn't done a full review. We've done a high level, some comments for them, but you know, when they get, you know, get the feedback from council, if they decide to move forward, we will completely vet this from staff, through staff, that we have not done yet. We've done some high level stuff, but just let you know that you don't see fire's comments, not because they, you know, everything's green lighted, it's because they haven't done a full evaluation of it. Same thing with building, so, and planning, so.
If I may, just address the cross parking or shared parking arrangements you just referenced. I learned about a couple hours before this meeting. I really think that through the valet and the area that we have identified for the parking is more than adequate for our needs. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to accommodate any parking. I noticed about a dozen cars parked there this evening. I think we'd be able to work that out, but clearly we have to study that issue.
And that may very well be the case. It's just that be aware they exist and need to be dealt with, that's all.
And then, Mr. Manager, to your comments, what we're really hoping to learn this evening is if this is something of interest to this community. We were able to successfully open in Raleigh. We went through a building department review, fire department, police, all the life safety concerns. So I'm confident that through the working with your staff and through our own professionals that we'd be able to find answers to all of the questions. But it's a very complicated and it requires a lot of logistics and advanced planning to make this project possible. You can imagine there are 32 shipping containers. We need to bring them to the site. We need to load them. We need cranes. We need to assemble it. We really need to have time to be able to prepare, to adequately deploy this in a way that we think is going to be meaningful for the community. So if we have to wait, we understand there's a process that the community follows, but we would like to understand this evening to the best that we can if there's something, if this is of interest. If this is of interest, we'd like to explore it further. If it isn't, we understand that. We just don't want to find out 2 months from now, as we're gearing up to get it all done, that we just can't overcome some hurdle that we could have addressed this evening. So that's my hope, but I, of course, understand and respect the process that members of council and the village staff have to follow.
Thank you. All right, council, open up for discussion.
I'd like to ask some questions of staff first, and then maybe listen to some public feedback. But I do have some follow-up comments for the applicant. Under a special event permit, I know that we just went through an exercise where a variance was required because we were serving alcohol or liquor within 1,000 feet of a school, house of worship. There's a school 50 feet from the entrance of this. I mean, how does the application for the liquor license meld with our existing code?
We have code section 78-561, which deals with special events and that provides the process. And one of the provisions in there talks about alcoholic beverage service. And what it says is that notwithstanding anything contained in the Code of Ordinances to the contrary, alcoholic beverages are permitted at approved special events under the following conditions. And then it goes on to list those conditions. The service of alcoholic beverages shall require the issuance of the appropriate state permit. Copy must be provided to the village in conjunction with the special event permit application. All terms and conditions of any state-issued permit shall be strictly adhered to by the applicant. In addition, the village may require in its sole discretion the use of physical barriers to define and contain the outdoor area within which alcoholic beverages may be consumed and/or the use of security or off-duty law enforcement at the special event. It is the applicant's responsibility to monitor for and prevent excessive as well as underage consumption of alcoholic beverages at all times. The applicant shall indemnify, defend, and hold the village harmless from any and all damages to real or personal property and from any and all injury or death suffered by any person directly or indirectly related to the consumption of alcoholic beverages in conjunction with the special event.
Okay, thank you. And another logistical issue is, I'll always defer to police and fire and their analysis for what that is, which is going to take time. And typically our special event permits are for one day and are $50. This is a little bit more complex, and I don't think we've ever done an 8-week special event permit. So what do we do, and how do we compensate, or staff will work with the client to say, because I don't think we can go in the hole on this. I don't want us to run at a revenue deficit for this. So I know that during our agenda review, we had a discussion of that, but we thought of something or that's what will happen next once we do a deep dive with staff.
When we get to that, we get to the next stage of, if this is acceptable and we're moving forward, we will work with the client. Our planning staff, we've already had that discussion about making sure we recoup whatever costs that we may be associated with. I know they're going to have some additional special events on site, and so we'll make sure if, additional security is needed or whatever cost that, what the village isn't incurring costs that, won't be captured. So that'll come forward with the special events process, whatever we decide, is appropriate, and if they agree to it, and so that'll come forward later, at a later date.
And by going through this process of discussing the application, the special event application and all that, the property owner, we're not infringing on the property rights. I mean, he's welcome to host an event, but the approval process still has to meet all of our normal processes, correct? I mean, we're not putting handcuffs on the property owner by not doing this, right? He's coming for a use of the property, and we're just going through our process, which requires a special event permit, correct? We're not violating any property owner's rights by doing this.
Property owner would certainly have to agree to allow this to happen on their property.
Right. Just want to make sure that
Absolutely.
Out loud. Okay. Ben, thank you for your interest in Tequesta, and for coming here and spending the time that you've done, and to Ian and the team and Brett here tonight. What you'd said, you haven't really heard any negative feedback from Raleigh at this point. You were some concerns on the way in, just as you've heard them from us. What's the traffic been like up there? As far as I know that we're talking about Tequesta, the very northern east corner of Palm Beach County, versus Raleigh-Durham, which is a major area. So
Right.
what's the foot traffic been like?
Before I answer, we did have concern expressed to us, so I just want to make that clear. But it really was in advance of our arrival. We had local tenants of the shopping center where we are now actively engaged in the pop-up, express concerns about parking or competition. And as I said, those concerns, we heard them. We worked with the property owner there to try to work with the tenants and explain to them what we were doing. I think Brett, I haven't heard any additional comments since we opened. We feel like we are a draw to the area, and we are not in direct competition with any. We don't have tenants in our operation that are also inside their shopping center. But we have heard concerns, so I just wanted to make sure that was heard.
Understood.
The traffic so far, we've been operating for just under 3 weeks. Our typical day has been anywhere from 300 to 500 visitors per day. The busiest weekend day has been about 1,100 visitors. So I heard the chili cook-off had 3,500 people. That was probably a pretty exciting event. It's a small experience. We have space for 10 boutiques to operate and 1 restaurant. The restaurant has 150 seats. So on a given busy Saturday in Raleigh, we're seeing about 1,100 visitors. I don't know the vehicle count from that, but over the course of a 10-hour day, 1,100 visitors. It's a comfortable, pleasant walking, shopping environment. It's not a busy, packed event. Our grand opening event had about 150 attendees. So this is intended to be a sophisticated charity gala, not a 1,000-person, everybody rushing into the space type of activation.
What are your expectations for attendance at this one in Tequesta?
I think it's reasonable to believe we'll continue to draw somewhere in that vicinity of 500 to 1,000 visitors per day. It's a very different market, as you pointed out. This is new for us. This is the second location we are considering. After this location, we have a third that we're considering, so we're going to continue to evolve the concept. This is close to major metropolitan areas, but is not itself a major metropolitan area. In Raleigh, we're in the heart of a city. So it could be lower, but we feel like it has the potential, as I showed in the slide, to draw audience from the north, draw audience from the south, and really bring the type of visitor counts that we're looking for.
What are the hours of operation?
In Raleigh, we're operating 11 to 8 in retail, and the restaurant stays open till about 10 o'clock if there are still patrons in the evening. None of this is fixed, right? So depending upon the type of environment that we're in, the demand from the client, maybe the stores should stay, in Bal Harbor shops, we stay open until 9 p.m. Maybe the stores are better off closing at 6. It really depends upon the audience that we're catering to.
I like the fact that hours are 11 to 8 because our 7 to 9 o'clock hours here, because of the bridge construction, which we're familiar with, it's tough to get in and out. So it would be great that we have it. I'll have other questions here, but that's enough for right now.
Me?
Yeah.
First of all, there's a lot of balls up in the air relative to what the staff and legal needs to look at. And at the beginning, I heard Jay indicate, if all went well, that we would come back in January. In fairness to you, and this is just a question for staff and Mr. Allen, I mean, is it reasonable to assume that Mr. Elias can have, answers to the questions, the balls up in the air, in a sufficient amount of time prior to that next council meeting in January?
It's going to be a tough timeline. Our staff will do our best to try to meet that, but we're talking about the agenda deadline is like 15 days from today for the January meeting. So, our DRC, I've told our staff we're going to give it a full review. We will not cut corners and make sure that the public health, safety, and welfare is met. And so, typically, it's a 10-day process to get that, if not more. So we will do everything we can, but I can't guarantee the client or the council that it will be back in January. It will be based on our staff and us doing the full review of it.
Well, I would hope that if you conclude you can't make it for the that let Mr. Elias know.
Oh, yeah. And they've been in great contact with Jay. I mean, this whole process, I think they've talked several times. I don't think that the communication will be down. It'll just be a matter of can our staff reasonably turn it around, depending on that. And as you know, because you've been in this business, we submit comments to them. A lot of times, the municipality gets a bad rap because of the time it takes, but if we submit comments to them and it takes them 2 weeks to get back to us, it's not on us, it's them responding. So there's a give and take with their comments and their responses. So we'll do everything in our power if this moves forward and there's a desire to make it happen, but we won't guarantee anything.
Okay. So a couple of questions for Mr. Elias, and then I have some comments. One is, did I read your presentation correctly that your valet drop-off and pickup is going to be on the east end of the structure that you showed here tonight?
Yes.
Based on that configuration? Okay.
Yes.
How would you describe the lighting plan for in and around the facilities that you would temporarily construct?
Clearly, we need to create enough lighting for people to be able to access their cars safely, for the valet operation to operate safely, and to welcome and greet visitors. There are not light poles on that parking lot. We would have to put in some form of lighting, either mounted to the containers themselves. I don't know if we could go back and see some of the nighttime image at the end of the presentation.
I don't know what I did with it. If you can keep talking, I'll try.
Sure. Yeah. You know, this has the space that it's in Raleigh has some light in the parking lot. Yeah, maybe we could play the video. If you would turn the volume down, there's probably some music in the backdrop of it that we can do without.
Challenge me again.
But you can see it from here. This is a nighttime image. You see the type of lighting that's on the exterior. We would find a way to bring that lighting to safe and comfortable levels outside as well. This is the night of the charity event. So we did receive some comments initially that, you know, look, you're having an event during an event. You're going to have all kinds of people. We need to do something, you know, special during that. Our idea of an event is not a 3,500 person event. It's really intended to be 100 to 200 people over the course of an evening for champagne and past hors d'oeuvre. That's really the type of thing we're looking to do.
Okay, so let me just say a few things that are rattling around in my brain here, so that I know we're not voting on it tonight, and some of these there's no answer to it. I just want to let it be out there for you to know. So one of the things that I ask myself is it beneficial to Tequesta citizens and its retail operations and restaurants? The answer to that is likely subjective. There's no hard and fast objective way to say yes or no, but you know, it's something that has to be thought about. And related to that is, you know, Tequesta's reputation. Now by that I don't mean that you're doing anything bad. I'm saying is more or less, you know, is it a good fit for Tequesta? I don't know, but that's obviously subjective as well. One person might think it is, another might think it's not. I think the most important thing that's bothering me at the moment is it a bad precedent? By that I mean, you know, we have a legal precedent, we have a, let's call it a political precedent, possibly, or administrative, if you want to call that. Probably not a legal precedent, probably not, you know, problematic politically, I suppose, but the thing is, so this is high end and it's going to be real nice, and it's, you know, appears to be attractive, assuming that everything goes well. But are we going to find ourselves having a problem, maybe not legally, but a problem if down the road a flea market operator wants to do something similar on that same piece of land? How do we tell them no, or is that problematic if we do tell them no? Now, and for the people here in the audience on the diet, trust me, I had to fight off a flea market proposal on this same piece of property where the old Publix once stood before we demolished it as part of the Village Center Master Plan. And then when I mentioned the lighting, and the one thing, you know, I think it's probably better that you do the valet only, and I think we talked about that when we met. But strangely, I brought up, you know, will people be able to park on their own? But that could be problematic for the people next door, is what I'm getting at. But the thing about a gravel parking lot, though, so imagine you live in Jupiter Island and you've got a brand new Mercedes-Benz S500, and are you going to drive down here and let a young fella park your the wheels cost $5,000 on that car, and the tires are well over $500. So I don't know if that works or not, but that would be your problem, not ours. So those are the things that are going through my mind. There might be others, but I thought I would just say it and get it out there for you to think about.
Thank you. May I respond to some
Yes,
of those
sir, go
concerns? I think that you're asking the right question. Somebody earlier read a mission statement that you all have to live up to, and I think you're asking the right questions. This site, as I understand it, is potentially a future retail location for this municipality, or there's some desire that it be a future retail location. There's some master planning associated with it. So is it a good thing or a bad thing for local businesses that there be more retail on the site? That's certainly not for us to answer. That, as you said, is subjective. But if there is interest in there being retail on the site, is our retail particularly destructive to the competitive environment? I certainly don't think so. I mentioned the restaurant can be catered to, whatever market that we're going into, and so we can look at the restaurants that are serving this community and see we would like it to be a successful operation. We don't want to come in and try to compete with someone who's going to do it better than we are, who has a reputation already. So it's in our interest to find an opportunity that may not already be being served. So from a retail competition standpoint, that's going to be, people are going to think it's good, some people are going to think it's bad. We certainly believe that we are a draw and an attraction and not a flea market. We're one of the top-rated shopping center operators in North America. We have a great reputation for that business, and I think that that will be a good thing for the local area. But that's my opinion. As it relates to the parking questions, I think in the town of Palm Beach, people have big fancy parties, and the valets park their cars on a grassy lot somewhere. I've seen it. I've had my car parked at the Koch family Christmas party. They park it on a vacant lot four doors down. I actually, when I was 17, was a valet driver, and I worked that party. So I think that's not an insurmountable issue. Interestingly, in Bal Harbor, we operate the valet operation as an in-house team. We have 34 full-time valet employees. So we'd be looking to bring those people up, and we know how to handle high-class automobiles. There was something else that you said. The whether it fits and the precedent. One great thing about this is that it's temporary. We put it in. You all get to see if you like it. You get to see if it was good for you or not. If it wasn't good, you're going to vote no the next time someone brings it to you. If it was good, I think you're going to be interested in finding new opportunities that are similar. No one's ever going to be like us again because we're special. Yeah. But you're going to find things similar, and you're going to vote yes for them because you see that they worked.
Can I jump in on one thing too? I just want to highlight that flea markets are a prohibited use in the mixed-use zoning district. So somebody couldn't come forward and propose a flea market on this site in the future.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm done.
Okay. Councilmember Painter?
You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So first of all, thank you, Ben, and your whole team. As I shared when we met a few weeks ago, I think this is a very cool concept, and I certainly appreciate your interest in Tequesta and your consideration of our village for your second stop for the pop-up location. I also really appreciate you guys taking the time to meet with all the council members, or at least most of them, or whoever was available, prior to tonight's meeting to better understand our village and the potential concerns from our residents. So I think that was a very, it was well worth the time for both your team and our council members. And it's hard to say because we've never done anything like this, but I do think this could be a great way to generate new business for our local businesses by bringing folks who might not have otherwise ever come to the Village of Tequesta. Potential 500 to 1,000 people. That's a lot of people visiting our village that could support. They might see sea luster, you know, right across the way and say, oh, I'm gonna stop in there, I've never heard of that place, or there were some of the restaurants right there. You know, it's hard to say. We won't know until it all happens, but I do think there's a high likelihood of that happening. So I don't know if we should necessarily look, or anyone should necessarily look at it as this is definitely going to hurt our businesses. I don't know if that's the case, and we won't know until we know. I also really like one of the questions we had talked about, or one of the topics we had talked about during our meeting was all the family events that you're doing in Raleigh, and I know you touched on a few of those. But we talked about that quite a bit, and you know Tequesta, I believe your grandmother had lived here at one point. I mean, it's a family community. So I love the idea of having some cool options for 8 weeks for family events that we otherwise might not be able to take advantage of here. That all being said, you know, I'll state the obvious. You know, Tequesta Police raised several concerns regarding the concept, and I trust you guys will address that and you'll work with them on that. The parking, for sure, needs to be very well thought out. The gravel is probably better than grass, but I understand Mr. Bradford's concerns he raised. But to me, if we're going to have some big spring storms roll through, I'd rather it be gravel than grass because that can get pretty messy pretty quick. And then, I mean, you know this, it's a tight timeline. There's a lot of some, logistical issues connected to the special venues. But again, I'm confident that your team and our staff can work together to work through those. But something you just hit on, I mean, and this is I'll end it here, is I think it's important for us to all keep in mind that, this is a very unique concept that's, as we know, has only happened in one other city. That's in Raleigh right now. But I think we all have to keep in mind that it's going to be there for 8 weeks. There's nothing permanent about it. 8 weeks, I get it. It's not a super short amount of time, but relatively speaking, it's not that long. And there's been a lot of great questions and concerns that have been raised. And the question again, is this a good idea or a bad idea? The fact is we won't know unless we give it a shot. So that's what I'll say. I think it's a very cool concept. And I personally would love to see it here. I think as long as, we can work through all the, concerns that have been raised by the police, the village manager, our residents, of course, then I think it could be very good for our village.
Thank you.
Anything? Vice Mayor?
All right, bear with me. Okay, thank you for meeting with me on Zoom. I was recovering from that crazy virus that was coming around.
Now I have it.
I know. It's your turn. That's why I didn't come that Monday. Oh my gosh, where do I start? Let's start with, aside from all the logistics, which I'll go over in a minute, I think I'm well known for aesthetics. The aesthetics for this, I was very honest with you and your team, beautiful on the inside, and for me on the outside, it still looks like that I-95 wall with the stamp. My other concern is we just went through a brand new business that's here in Tequesta. They bought the property, so they're gonna be paying property taxes. They have business tax and everything. So they're competing with our local businesses. They're invested, they're staying. They had a design of their small building that was, we literally called it, looked like a shipping container, and no one in the village pretty much liked that. So we asked them to add some faux awnings, soften it with some light structures. So I have a hard time if we're going to flip that now and welcome 32 shipping containers when we just really kind of beat up an invested business about 1 or 2 walls. I did ask if you guys would think about, you're putting so much money and effort into the beauty on the inside, the ponds, the trees, the intimate modern chairs that are coming in for the 150 seats of the restaurant. Why are we not doing it on the outside? Because no disrespect to your niche demographic that's going to be able to afford in this shopping and eat at this restaurant. I have the copy of that menu. Mm-hmm. It's not cheap. So what about the rest of the village who has to drive by this for 8 weeks and look at it? It looks like it's literally a train is dropping off shipping containers. Positive note, I did tell you guys this, I can, as an artist, I can appreciate the modern industrial chicness of it. I can see that, but for me, being biased in Tequesta, not only do I live here, but I represent the people, it doesn't fit for me in that location. I'm definitely still intrigued by this whole concept. I really am. Again, for Tequesta in our area, I don't think it fits because we are very much adamant about supporting local. And even the event we just had in here earlier, they have a lot of logistics to go through to make that event happen, but they give so much back to the community and good nonprofits. And aside from even money, they don't bring in all their vendors. They utilize the local businesses as the vendors. So regarding your restaurant, knowing that it's a semi-truck essentially as a mobile kitchen, we have issues already with food trucks. We've had complaints in the past of a small food truck being parked in an alleyway. So again, how am I gonna sit here and welcome in a semi-truck food truck that's gonna be on the parking side of this setup? Everyone's gonna look at it. And then the other thing is, you guys are based in Miami. I've been down to Bal Harbor. I very much love these brands. Of course, I have kids now, so that kind of slimmed back a little bit. I want to find out if in the future, if you guys move forward with this, would you ever consider using one of our 5-star restaurant chefs to utilize that mobile kitchen? Like, why not bring in someone local? We have Chef Eric, 1000 North is over there. Like, why not try to be more local with it? You keep mentioning that, like we're partnering. I don't see the partnering yet. And for me, it's not just going to be about we're giving back X amount of percentage of the proceeds today to whatever. For me, it's not just about money. It's the relationship. It's the partnering. How are you becoming a part of our family if you're coming for 2 months out of the year? Another one is big, and I think we've heard it. We're going to be in season still for that. A lot of our businesses are still recovering from COVID, and we have the bridge closure. We're constantly, again, trying to push locals to go eat local and shop local. So you bring it in the restaurant. Business-wise, I get it. Very smart. All right, that's probably your bread and butter right there, and then everyone shops. But you're bringing everything in to satisfy your clientele. So you told me on Zoom, we won't have coffee, so someone's going to go to a coffee shop. I really can't believe that, because if we're going to have a 5-star kitchen or catering business, you're going to have coffee. And even a cup of coffee isn't enough weight for me as a trade-off. So watching your presentation, I've been chewing on this. I actually have family up in that area, and I've asked some of my cousins to go, so I have video and pictures and feedback. I don't think it fits. Where you have it in Raleigh fits. You know, it's in a metropolitan type city area. It makes sense out there. I could see this like at the fairgrounds or maybe somewhere else. And then again, to the need. I don't know if you gentlemen shop at some of these stores, like us women like to shop, but they're not that far for us. Like going to Palm Beach, I mean, we go to Palm Beach because it's Worth Avenue is an experience. Like, it's all pretty accessible. Even going to Boca, that's like, what, like a 45-minute drive? I mean, it's accessible. For me, this isn't bringing something that we absolutely don't have. So I'm really struggling with that. I love this concept. I just don't know if it's for here. I like this concept of somebody who's listening, who owns property in Tequesta, kind of like how the Halloween shop pops in and out. Like if we had high-end that came in that we don't have, but for shipping containers being dropped off, considering the local area, not pulling anything local, so I'm really missing the partnerships as well. I'm really having a hard time with this at this point, since we spoke last.
I appreciate your comments, and I understand your perspective. I said this isn't going to be for everyone. Some will think it looks good, some will think it doesn't. We think it's architecturally a beautiful, modern, industrial design. And so we're really not trying to shield that. We don't think that that's a detriment to the passerby. We think that that makes it interesting. But that's an opinion. So it's hard for us with something that's modular, that's prefabricated, that we're going to disassemble and bring somewhere else. It really looks the way it's going to look. And so it's really up to council to decide, is that a look that you want there for 8 weeks? And that may, for you, that the answer may be no to that. And I wish you would see it the way I see it, but I can't.
I think it's great. I just don't see it for our village in that location.
Sure.
And then again, a lot of the logistics that everyone's been addressing, I like Bradford's analogy. There's a bunch of balls in the air, and you know, I know you told me that the person who commented in the article that your next stop is location, I mean, that didn't sit well with me before you spoke to anyone in Tequesta. Like, you guys already thought you were coming. That's pretty disrespectful, in my opinion. But I know you said that wasn't you guys that said that. But wherever the truth is in that, the rush of getting a vote from us in like another month, I feel like it's too soon. So I wouldn't mind seeing this in the future. I think it's too soon. And I, at this point, think it's the wrong spot in Tequesta for this.
Okay. I would like to respond to a couple of the things specifically. Hopefully I said on our Zoom, but I'll correct myself if I didn't. We don't have a coffee shop. So there may be coffee served at the restaurant, but nobody's coming in to, we don't have a Starbucks in one of the boxes. That's not what we're bringing. So I would think, I came here to come to this meeting and I went to the coffee shop across from Village Hall that's there in the shopping plaza across the corner. I do that when I visit a place. So if we're not offering that experience in ours, I do think that's the type of thing that somebody visiting from Vero Beach or anywhere in between, if they're looking to get an iced oat latte, we're not going to necessarily have what they're looking for in our restaurant. You saw the menu. It's an $84 steak on the menu in Raleigh, just to put it on the record. Yep. But that menu is in Raleigh. That's not the menu that we've designed here. We've talked to the restaurant operator about things like identifying a local bakery and using their bread in the menu, identifying a local brewery and seeing if we can serve their beer in our bar. There are things like that that we are excited to do because we think it engages with the community in a unique and meaningful way that's going to cause people to want to come and experience our business. But we don't know what we're going to do until we do it, and it's hard to commit to something without planning and executing it, and it's hard to plan and execute without going through a process. So it's a lot in the air. I understand that. And we're asking for a lot of people to give us some faith and trust in our history and our reputation, and work with us and work closely with our architects and see if we can pull this off.
Okay. That's it for now.
Okay. Honestly, a lot of my questions and comments have already been brought up and discussed, so in light of time, I'm not going to rehash everything. In regards to the aesthetics, I do agree that it's a little harsh looking on the outside. I personally think that could probably be taken care of with some like really nice large planters with trees in them. I think you could just probably add some landscaping around there to spruce it up a bit so it doesn't look so much like Conex boxes. I think you said you expect 500 to 1,000 visitors a day approximately.
That's what we're experiencing today. Yes.
So what the max occupancy for the facility is what?
I don't know off the top of my head what the permissible maximum occupant load is. That's something we'd have to work with the fire department to calculate. I can get that answer and communicate it over. I'm sure it will be part of the question that we deal with the fire department. The restaurant has 150 seats in it. The boutiques are, this room is bigger than our largest shop. So then there may be 2 or 3 salespeople in each boutique and a handful of shoppers. So having more than 200 or 300 people inside the event at a moment, it would feel very full. But I don't know the maximum permissible occupant load, and we would need to get you that answer.
So that would be somebody would be interested how that would be handled. Say this were to move forward and it's super successful and there's so many people coming, but you know, it's way exceeds your max occupancy. Like, how is that going to be addressed? So, and that kind of goes back to a life safety issue too. So that's something I'd be curious on a plan for that. And then really, I think my only other thing that hasn't been brought up is, I think Councilmember Sartory did mention the school, but they, you know, they use some of the green space there for a playground, and, you know, I would want to know your considerations on how you're going to handle with the school operating during the weekday. And, you know, with the alcohol, you know, we had a variance for a restaurant here, and we didn't want them serving alcohol, liquor during school hours because there's children right nearby. So, again, that might be something if we would move to the next step that, you know, we really would need to consider, you know, the young children nearby during the school week, during the day. So please keep that in mind. I really think all my other comments were addressed. It's a unique concept. It's very cutting edge, I think. It's pretty cool. So, I do go back and forth with the competition with our local businesses during season Councilmember Painter brought up a good point. It could draw, your reach is, you're looking to draw people from up north too, so which people from those regions, it is a long way to go to Palm Beach or Boca, so I could see, going up north, I think you said to approximately 0, you would think, drawing people here that would see things and shop here that otherwise wouldn't before. It is mixed use. It's zoned for mixed use. So, down the road there might be permanent commercial space there, and I know this is temporary, and you're not necessarily adding any value here long term. So, but there could be businesses down the road anyways. So, it is something we always have to consider and balance with our local business community. So I'm going back and forth on that one as well. So, all right.
Could I address a few? I didn't want to hog everything. With the bridge closure, we discussed this, and any of us that have gone throughout the community, we hear and we see through our foot traffic studies that business counts are down, traffic is down. You wouldn't know that based on our rush hour roadblocks. So I think this creates an opportunity to bring people, what's the greater good, the question was asked. And I think the exposure that this can promote for the village of Tequesta, they're not going to come in and build a building on that because somebody already owns that. There's no more room to build a condominium where these people are going to fall in love with Tequesta. But because I think you're trying to do is introduce Bal Harbor to people in Vero Beach that haven't made it down to Bal Harbor. And you might want to say, hey, come to Bal Harbor for the weekend. Well, when they're here, they're going to have the ability to see that. And just council members, I went and I have visited personally with 12 businesses along the corridor that would be impacted. And they all said that I could use their name. McCarthy's, Gallery Grill, Wine Proxy, Hog Snappers, Oceana Coffee, Carve Surf and Coffee, Tequesta Brewing Company, Volcanoes, Bellini's, and Mood, the Harvey School, and Italiano. Of those 12 people, 11 were favorable because it brought the opportunity for increased foot traffic. They all feel that they've got a great product, they have a great service, they've got a great clientele. They don't think they're going to lose business over an 8-week period. They don't think they're going to go out of business over the 8-week period. So the greater good is driving and creating an opportunity to bring more people to the village of Tequesta. The last several meetings, I think most of us have stuck our flag in the ground about supporting our local businesses. So I went to those local businesses. And the one person, and I see he's here this evening, and I totally appreciate and understand where Tony's coming from at Italiano, is because he is the impact. The Harvey School is the impact. The Wells Fargo building is the impact. They're the ones that are living that. The ones on US 1 don't see the cars coming in and out, don't have the potential of losing a parking spot up front. But that's why I think we've got to work around with that. So while I'm saying I think it's a great idea, I'm also saying that we keep talking about supporting local, and the social media comments have been, you got to get out and support local. Well, this is a way to support local. And I went and I spoke with 12 people. I know while we've been sitting here tonight, we received a negative feedback from somebody that is in the fitness store right at the corner, Topper Fitness. And because they are going to feel the impact of that. They feel it when the cook-off goes on. They feel it when the chili cook-off, when Tequesta Fest was being held there. They're in there for the setup, and it's an interruption in their business. And I totally support what they feel for that. And Tony said the same thing, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir, but he said, I've got my clientele, but it's the interruption to my clientele that concerns them. So that's the concern that I had, and I took it upon myself to go out and meet with these business owners and talk to them. And the other restaurants all said, it's going to bring more people to us. And if we can even maybe piggyback and have a simultaneous taste of Tequesta or something. So while these out-of-town visitors are here, how can we piggyback on that and promote ours? So I think there's a creative way to do this. But again, the people that said no, or that were expressed an objection, or the ones that are sitting right in Paradise Park. And there's no way around cars coming in and out. And if we have 500 people a day, call that 2 people per car, that's 250 cars. Over a 10-hour day, an average of 25 cars. Now that's not going to cause additional gridlock, in my opinion, throughout the village of Tequesta, but it can create gridlock for Paradise Park and the immediate people around there. So that needs to be addressed. But I think that's the greater good, is that we are bringing people to this market that perhaps haven't been here or wouldn't know anything about us. I would also recommend, and I did speak with Mr. Elias today about that, is, you know, we're bringing in some retail shops and we're bringing in a restaurant. We have a business guide book right here that has, I think it's 450 different businesses in the village of Tequesta. Now, some of those are professional services, which I don't think this event is going to put any pressure or stress or a lack of business from them. The Harvey School is not going to get a new student out of this because people don't live here, you know. And I can have that conversation with Miss Harvey. But I think promoting those that feel they might be in competition, I think a nice way to do that would be through the valet itself. If they're all going to be valet parked, I think we have a document that promotes, while you're here, when you get in your car, you sit down and you visit Tequesta. Come see what makes Tequesta truly Tequesta, and promote some of those businesses. And maybe people on their way out might, hey, let me just go see, let me get that cup of coffee. But I've spoke to coffee shops, to restaurants, to bars, to wine bars. No one has the objection except for the people, and it's understandable, and I support Tony and his objection to that, and his wife Maria. Those that are right there are living it every single day. And there's going to be a line of cars, you know, with the 11 o'clock start time. Our school drop-off in the morning, not a concern. They want to use that one green space for recess, and they've been assured by the owner of the property that that would not happen, that they will have access to that. People leaving after the schools across too. So I think the school issue and the pickup and drop-off, because we've had that discussion about churches here and preschools. So I think there's some ways around that. But my biggest concern for you, Ben, and your team is what you'd said before. Is I think you've heard some very honest feedback from here, but I would hate to see you go down the road another month, and then you get a set of approval conditions that you just say, I can't do this. Now you've lost the opportunity to find another thing. So I know it's a thing that you and your team have to do if we even give a favorable response tonight. Right. I don't know, but I just want to address some of the comments that the business community that is not immediately on the site is very favorable for this. I think it's great that the village would try to do something to drive. That's the greater good that they see that. And that's kind of, I wanted to get that out there that, you know, we have been speaking to them and some people have emailed us. So, you know, by the tally that people I spoke with, in the email that I received, I've got 11 yeses and 2 nos. And the nos are from the people that are immediately impacted by the site itself.
Any other council comments? All right, I'll open up for public comment. Do you have any cards?
We have Cindy Quinn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Hi, I'm Cindy Quinn. My address is 38 Chapel Court, Tequesta. When I first read about this Bell Harbor thing, you know, the reason that most of us came to this community is because it is a small town community. Everything we want really is close by, but not in our backyard. You know, you can go to Walmart, but it's not in our backyard. You can go to 95, but it's not in our backyard. I think the stores that I've saw, beautiful. We can get in the car and drive 9 miles down the road and go to Tiffany's and Cartier, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, you name it. They're all there, 9 miles down the road. I want to know what first of all, you're talking about parking on Paradise Park. We don't even own that property. Is that not owned by a different person? I mean, isn't that been our problem all along? Is Paradise Park and not being the owner of that? The containers, you know, how long are they going to be here? What does that really serve the village? I don't see it serving us at all. I think having a Tiffany down the street for 3 months is ridiculous. If you want to make money, I would suggest you take your project to Hope Sound, where Bridge Road and all the people from Jupiter Island that don't want to go to the mall and want a special place to park their Maseratis can go up to Bridge Road and you can build your little whatever there. I just, the parking, the numbers. Okay, first of all, I have to say, I don't know if you gentlemen have been to our Gardens Mall. If there's
Mrs. Quinn, can you address council, please?
I'm sorry. If there's 2 people in Gucci, that's a lot. If there's 2 people in Louis Vuitton, that's a lot. Those stores have had nobody in them. That mall is a ghost town. Look at Harborside. You've got one business running 3 separate, stores there, but it's the same owner. We've got too much vacant space here. We need to support our own. Maybe in 2-3 years, come back to us, but it's not for me. It's not for my community, and it's not for my village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy McGrath?
Kathy McGrath. I live at 275 Beach Road. I heard about this recently, and I guess the first thing I want to address is this is not a special event. There is not someone applying that is a member of the Village of Tequesta. There's not someone who is a business partner, and I think any loophole that this council would go through for that is a disservice to the citizens of this town. And I think it's a disservice. I think it's a disservice to use our staff time for an application from someone from out of town who doesn't own property here and is not a local business. It's not a good use of our staff time to do that. And I think it's not, because I'm glad, Tom, that you were there and brought up this could set a precedence for that property right there. When I heard 32 containers that all have to have generators and all have to have electricity, you're just adding on top of it the cranes that have to be there to move them, and the safety that has to be taken into consideration. I personally, I'm going to stop by all those businesses and hear what the local business is, because the other day my husband said something about going to get coffee, and I said, you better shop local. And I really, really strongly believe that this council has put the staff time into shop local, that you started a scavenger hunt, and I've seen it, and it's been advertised, and I think it's really against the code of ethics for us to go against issuing a permit to a special event that's 8 weeks long. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Isley?
John Islip. I own the office building that they address adjacent to this property, and I want to compliment Ben on a very shiny, beautiful presentation, and I feel at a strong disadvantage of not being able to meet with each one of you like he has. But I sent an email to the mayor and vice mayor. I did not have the other emails for the other council members. But I own the office building located at 250 Tequesta Drive, adjacent to the property under consideration for a pop-up shopping facility. I was unaware of this proposal until this morning, but wanted to convey my strong opposition to this project for numerous reasons, some of which I contacted community development with this morning. First, my previous partners were the successful bidder on this property from the village and agreed to assign the purchase contract to JMZ Properties at the request of the village for future development plans. The contract was assigned for the same purchase price of $520,000, with the only consideration was a perpetual assignment of 21 parking places on that paved parking where this facility is going to be located. The current owner was clearly aware of this under contract and prior to closing. This plan proposes the building containers to be located on the existing paved parking and parking moved to the grass area. This is unacceptable to me and violates the agreement and does not provide the required 21 parking places. I was contacted by the current owner this afternoon and informed him of this. In addition, that this property owner is also required to keep 1 Main Street in compliance for their parking requirements as well, which is an additional 49, a total of 70 parking places, plus whatever this business is going to increase. It's not there. Second, the idea of being a temporary special event which circumvents a site plan approval process seems to be a stretch. A weekend is temporary, not months, with buildings and businesses operating under noisy generators for the length of time, and destroys the peaceful enjoyment of current adjacent businesses. With my office looking out at the second floor to the east and hearing generators running 24 hours a day. Third, this may create parking issues for my building, as customers may not want to valet and park and may park in my parking area or 1 Main Street. This will be an enforcement nightmare. Fourth, a restaurant operating during season will destroy the business for a year-round restaurant like Eat Italiano. This will erode his business during season, which is necessary to survive the summer months for our year-round residents, and may result in the failure of a restaurant and a tenant for 1 Main Street. Lastly, the occupancy of containers are buildings which may be dressed up, but they are not an equal to permanent building constructed to all building, fire, and life safety codes. I hope you will share this information with the entire council, village manager, and hope you will find this information valuable to make a decision against this conceptual proposal, and instruct staff to convey to the applicants this will not be approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Barbara Gomez.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Gomez. I live at 142 Chapel Lane in Tequesta. I've been there since 1986, so I've seen the village go through a lot of different changes. Most of them have been for the good. And we live in Paradise. This is a quality of life issue, as well as an economic issue that's going to affect our current businesses and restaurants around us. I personally hate it when people stand up and address any authoritative board and say, I'm a taxpayer, so therefore I deserve this consideration or that consideration. But I'm going to be obnoxious, and I'm going to say that I am a taxpayer in this village since 1986, and I don't see how this project is going to benefit me or any other resident within the village of Tequesta, let alone our merchants, our restaurants, our fire and police services. It's going to be a drain all the way around. It doesn't fit. It doesn't look good. It is not for us. And in all of this, I don't do your job, so I don't have a total understanding. But I would ask, what revenue is the village of Tequesta going to gain from this project? Will it cover the increased police and fire services that are going to be necessary? I don't know. Is it going to cover the cleanup and perhaps damage that is done to that area of Paradise Park once they pack up and leave? I don't have an answer to that. I assume that you all will look into it and will come up with it. I trust that you will. But, in trying to be brief, with all of the extra people that are going to come to us from Vero, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, wherever they might come to supposedly shop here, we're also opening ourselves up to potential crime. We've already seen that you have groups of criminals that operate on the run. They go into communities, oftentimes small communities like ours, and they shoplift and they break into stores and they do all kinds of things that are going to require our police department to have to deal with, because any kind of security that this group may have on their own, they're not going to have the ability to do the investigations and to do all the things that are going to be necessary and make the arrests and so forth that it might take to control this kind of crime. It is going to be up to our police department, and they already have enough that they're dealing with. I just don't see it. I don't see it as a benefit to this community, and I would really hope that you would look into that and say no, basically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brooke Hartman.
Hello. I did not plan on speaking tonight, but I do feel obligated to stand up and introduce myself. I'm Brooke Hartman. I own Sea Luster on the south side of Paradise Park. So as for retail competition, just a few thoughts that I have. after listening to everybody's concept, is I actually don't think that there is a lot of retail competition. I say that I would be your biggest retail competition, and we are very different concepts. So I think that your closest retail competition would be the Gardens Mall. So I don't take that into consideration. If this does pass with all of you council members, Mayor, is there a way that we can promote local, like to shop local, like print a magazine, put it in the middle of the concept of the restaurant? And not to go over everything, because a lot of the questions were answered that I had, but one thing that wasn't considered or spoken about yet is the traffic. So Bridge Road in Old Dixie is the most dangerous intersection, in my opinion, of Tequesta. I don't understand how we can traffic 500 to 1,000 people through there. So myself and my employees, when we leave during season, we actually go through Main Street roundabout because it's easier for us to cut through and take the light west because we all live in Tequesta. We've seen countless accidents and deaths and rollovers at that intersection. So I'm not really sure how, I just hope that that's taken into consideration prior to voting. Yeah. And I think that it would probably be a draw to my business having Bell Harbor shops. It would bring new people. We would get, I'm sure, new customers. So I was excited to come and listen to the concept. I wasn't saying no right away, and I wasn't saying yes. I was really open to it, but there is a lot of just thoughts going through my head right now. One is my store faces the south side where the trailer restaurant, the semi-truck restaurant is going to be. All the generators, and then we're going to stare at a parking lot. So there's just a lot to consider. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne, any other public comment? No. Mrs. Namath, you can come up.
Hi, Jessica Namath, 20 Shady Lane. This goes back to what I was mentioning earlier about it becoming a pattern of behavior in the village that I don't think is something necessarily that we should be proud of. I know you went and spoke with numerous restaurants, and there's one. How many shops are in the container, or are there on the site? Is there?
We can't. Council, please.
Okay. Well, I believe is there only one restaurant? Was that my understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I went and spoke to numerous business retail locations, and if you go to NV on Tequesta Drive, or if you go to Millier at Gem and the children's store, and if you go to those local businesses, they are blown away that this is happening. They were very taken aback. They had no idea, and I think that it's sad that you guys have been reviewing this for, was it weeks? Somebody said we've had it just under 3 weeks, and you haven't had time to talk to any businesses that are retail and kind of include them and get them involved in this process, because I know that I was, the people were very frantically trying to review and catch up and understand what was going on and what was being proposed. 32 shipping containers jumped out at me just because we have 32 trains a day, so I was just imagining the 32 containers and the 32 trains. I thought was fun. But I think my biggest question is how did you guys find us? Are there any facts or figures, or how did they find us here in our little village of Tequesta? Why are we next after Raleigh?
We can't answer that, but if the applicant wants to talk to you after this item, you can talk to them out in the hallway.
Okay. Just because, again, I think that I would love to see some sort of facts, figures that would reassure us that this is a better fit or a good fit. It seems like they've only been operating for a few weeks, and we don't know, how that has really gone. It seems just like a lot of risk to our local community and to our businesses, and I think that we should have been talking to them first and informing and including them. So I would like to know when and how Bal Harbor shops found our little Paradise Park and, you know, why they have their sights set here. So anyway, thank you, and I certainly do not think that it's a good fit for our community.
Thank you. Great. Any other? Yep.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tony Golino. I own an Italiano restaurant, me and my wife. We've been at Tequesta 30 years. We had a previous business, Italiano, now before was La Dolce Vita, I don't know if you remember, on County Line Shopping Center. And the thing is this, what I don't understand, excuse my, you know, I was not born in the state. Anyway, what I don't understand, 8 weeks for these containers to be on their property, okay? Is it gonna bring them the revenue, the money they're gonna spend to put that stuff in there? Not only in their world and everybody else's business. I just can't figure out if they're gonna spend $5 million to do all this, in 8 weeks they're gonna get their money back. I don't think this is something that should be appropriate for our place. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Tony.
All right, any other public comment? All right, council, I know the applicant's looking for direction tonight. We're not voting. I want to make it very clear to the public too. This is a conceptual plan. We are not voting on anything. This conceptual plan is the public process. It's a public meeting. The meeting's announced, and this is the opportunity for the public to come and talk to us about this concept. If it were to move forward to a special event permit for us to review, that is another opportunity for the public to come and talk to us. So with that, I know council, the applicant was looking to see if we think we would maybe have a desire to do this or not before they move forward. So I don't know if anyone has anything else to add.
Yeah, I'll start. I was very direct when I met with Ben and Ian and Lee about my concerns. I think it's an opportunity for Tequesta. I think that we can drive people, and I don't know if it's 500 people a day or 250 people a day or 100 people a day. I think there's an opportunity to drive people here, which is, I feel, is the greater good for the village of Tequesta. Having said that, Ben, and I told you very upfront that I like the concept, but if I was convinced otherwise, that I would let you know as soon as I. And after hearing the comments tonight, John, from your building, I didn't catch your last name, Ilsley. That's a concern. If there's a parking agreement with 70 parking spots, and I don't know with traffic with that, I think that's a huge concern that I have. Our retail C-lister, and somebody that's been here a while that is very well known in our community, and they're looking at the back of the house. I understand that concern. So right now, I got to tell you, I thought it was a great conceptual, but I need to stand up for the businesses here in Tequesta, and I got to tell you that I'm going to kind of shy back away and leave it. If you want to come back, I support it, and that's the process. But right now, I got to tell you, I've heard enough. Even though there's a lot of people in the US 1 corridor that have been comfortable with this, the immediate impact on Paradise Park, our C-listers, our Italiano, the fitness place, potentially the school, and the building, the Wells Fargo building. That's enough for me to have to take a pause right now.
So I shared with you what's rolling through my mind, and I truly haven't made up my mind because, one, I haven't talked to a single business. I'll just be honest about that. But I have talked to residents and neighbors on my street, and I describe it. I don't give them the handouts that we were given. I describe it, and not one of them has said yes. They think it should be a no. But I'm trying to keep an open mind. But there's some problems and hurdles that you have to get over, but I haven't made up my mind. But I am going to talk to some businesses to see what their thoughts are, just for my own edification. That's where I stand today.
Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I will say, there were a lot of really good ideas raised tonight by the council members and some folks in public. on how we can really use this event to promote our local businesses. I think there is a real opportunity there. I certainly understand all the concerns we've heard tonight from our residents, but there were some very cool ideas that I think could be very beneficial that I would love for you guys to consider, as you proceed over the next several weeks, if you do proceed over the next several weeks. And that's all you got?
Okay, so hang on. First, can I just commend the young man still sitting here at 9:30? I know government meetings aren't exactly exciting. Good for you, buddy. That makes my heart very happy. Councilman Sartory made just some very simple little tidbits about how we could partner with our local businesses to get them involved. And that's kind of what I'm talking about and it's not just your group, any group for me that comes to Tequesta. It's really, the big picture is, how are they getting involved? How are they getting invested? Even if they don't own a permanent location, pay tax and this and that, but how are they getting involved, including our community? Because we are a small town, whether you know it or not. Like, we love each other and we support each other. And I'm all for maybe an outsider like in Miami, because I know your whole thing is based from Miami and you're coming in, you're making a ton of money, and then you're leaving. So for me, is where's the partnership? Another tidbit, I'm very familiar, my family's involved with marine industry, so when we do boat shows, I'm very aware of the economic impact that those shows bring in. That's just the weekend. We're not set up like that, because again, we're a small town. We don't have hotels and big venues and clubs and all that. So again, really for me, it's where's the economic impact? Where is your partnerships with our local residents and businesses? And just other little things I noticed in the picture, it made me think of, looks like you're bringing water onto the location in big tanks. I mean, how are you pulling water? You're not using any of our utilities. Really, that's the biggest thing missing for me, is your investment and involvement with our village, rather than just being an outsider coming and going. Other than that, I have no problem with the brands and the shops you would be bringing in. I like all those. I know we have a demographic for those, even though it's a small niche, but for big picture, it's all those 3 items. Again, so today, I don't think you guys should push for January. I think you have way too many hurdles and logistics to work out, and maybe some legalities with the property owner and the agreements they made with parking. I think if you really wanted to be here, work on some of those things and come back later. I think for a month, it's going to be too short to push this through, if I'm being honest, because I don't want to waste your time and your resources with your staff. I know you're picking up out of Raleigh January 14th, and you want to put it down somewhere. I think that's too soon for us. And that's where I sit tonight.
Thank you. I'll have to say thank you for your presentation and your time. This was a long discussion tonight. I was undecided coming in, and unfortunately with all the conversations tonight, I'm still undecided. I do think it's a really unique concept, and I'm not against the concept, but I still need to chew on the comments that we heard tonight. And I think my biggest thing is all the ifs that are hanging still out there, which are really staff's responsibility to go through and verify. The stuff with, they are still thinking of the fees we're going to charge you to make sure that we're not in the hole. How are we going to handle other events on top of a special event permit, all the building code, life safety. There's just so much hanging out there. And so I do think it's an aggressive timeline as well for to see this again, for us to approve in January, because that is a lot of pressure on the staff as well. So I am undecided at this time, and that's what I have. All right, so we're going to move on. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, agenda item 20, a site plan application 2-23 for Remembrance Park.
And this is another quasi-judicial proceeding, Mayor, with your permission. Let me swear in anyone who's going to be speaking or offering testimony to the council on this agenda item. If you'll please raise your right hand. Each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony to the village council will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You can all have a seat. Back to council for ex parte disclosures, site visits, consultations with staff, experts. Anything of that nature needs to be disclosed for the record.
I have visited the site with our village manager about a year ago. So that's
I Sorry, I visited the site multiple times in the past, but no, not just by myself and no discussions with anybody else.
I recently went to the site. What else? I think got an email from Marcia about it. That's the only context that I've made relative to the proposal.
I mean, we've been working on this for a couple years, so maybe visited the site a couple times. I usually have a staff member with me, like Jeremy, just so I can see the length. It's really Steve Parker, and again, over the past 2 years, we've been working on this. Mark Sapiri has been involved with me, telling me about plants. I mean, anything like that. It's nothing in particular. Really, it's just staff and maybe a couple residents for expert information.
I visited the site.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Then with that, we can proceed with the agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor. Jay Hupsch, Community Development Director, and I've got Jonathan Haig with me from Kimley Horn, who's the village's landscape architect in this project. And of course, we have Steve Parker here if any landscape questions come up as well. So just a quick summary of what's been going on. So it was granted a special exception by this board in August of 2023. Now the Development Review Committee reviewed the actual site plan, which is the design of the project. All outstanding issues have been addressed. The Planning and Zoning Board voted 5-0 to recommend approval at their November 16th meeting. They did have some proposed conditions. One of them was to add a flagpole in Memorial Plaza, add more historical signage, to work with the EAC on a butterfly garden planting and native species, and to move the Little Free Library to the park. So after those recommendations, Jonathan has gone in and added a location where the Little Free Library can be located. He's designed the flagpole in Memorial Plaza and put in the location of 6 historical signs. Yesterday, we actually took this to the EAC committee and for their input. Really had a really nice discussion with them. They looked a lot at the species in the butterfly garden. That was something that was raised at the Planning Commission meeting. There were several people in the EAC that had experience with butterfly gardens. They thought that our plan was generally pretty good, but they did recommend adding milkweed to the butterfly garden, which Jonathan can do if you make that a condition of approval tonight. We also had a really good outcome, which was that the EAC agreed to assist with the ongoing maintenance of the butterfly garden. So I think that's kind of a win-win for the EAC. I think it's a good project for them to work on, and obviously a good project for the village, for someone to take some ownership. I know that's what the village manager has been really looking for all along. So we hope that's a good outcome. Here's the Parks Master Plan. So again, we're just constructing phase 1 of the 3 phases. And here's a conceptual. Jonathan has designed a site plan that's fairly close to what was in the conceptual site plan, and he's going to go over some of the changes. So this was the site plan prior to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then this is the changes that were made afterwards. So we've got the donor plaza with the flagpole and location of 6 signs, as well as the Little Free Library. And I will let Jonathan talk about the landscape plan.
Sure. Good evening, Jonathan Haig, landscape architect with Kimley Horn. I don't know how brief we want to be tonight or how thorough, but I guess I'll try and fit somewhere in the middle. This is the landscape plan for the project. In general, it's a Florida-friendly landscape palette with a predominant Florida native species, a lot of different types of trees, shrubs, and ground covers are somewhat limited as we're trying to follow general crime prevention through environmental design practices by leaving views open throughout the park. So most of the shrub material is either clustered around trees as like an accent to the ground plane, or it's in the butterfly garden itself. The street side of the project features a fence along the front. It's a 3-rail fence that matches the aesthetic at other village parks. There is going to be a gate that restricts access to it after hours. The driveway is a one-way loop going through the park with permeable paver parking spaces. And then we have 2 gazebos on the property that have kind of a general aesthetic that matches the gazebo at Constitution Park, but a little smaller scale. I don't know if you want, we can go through some of the details. The park benches and amenities kind of match the aesthetic, again, of and the materials used at other village properties. We have solar parking lot lights and solar bollard lights, generally providing some security, but and illuminate it at night and keep some views open to it in the evening. Going back, on the upper left in the image, you'll see what the kind of historic sign, what that might look like. The artwork to be determined once, I guess, the village and their staff get a hold of it. We will have a rule sign, we'll have a dog waste receptacle, and an aggregate pathway throughout the project. We'll have fencing and gates. And I think this last picture is the picture of what the gazebo will look like. So it's kind of a wood gazebo with a metal roof, kind of matching, again, the aesthetic at Constitution Park. And I don't know if we want to go back to the site plan to wrap up. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. All right, council?
Thank you for this, and thank you to Jay and the P&Z and for listening to the comments from our village historians. And, you know, this thing has been going on for a lot longer than I've been here. And so it was great to learn the history behind that park. So to our 2 historians, thank you so very much. And I'm glad that staff was able to incorporate all that in there. My only comment, and maybe, I don't know if it's a cost factor, we did receive from some public feedback about the quality or the design of the lights that we have in there. I know we have some solars and an email, and I don't know if that was even shared with you, different types of the lights. I don't know if that's something that could be done without a massive increase in cost.
Rick, do you think they're talking about the design of the light itself when they say different?
Yeah.
The middle one, right?
Yes, that is it.
We were given examples of other ones, and I said, no, are we going this route for a reason? Because it's the most popular or the most lighting efficient? Or
It's not that it's most popular or lighting efficient. It's a solar light. There are kind of some limitations to that type of design. You always have to have a solar panel of some sort.
Okay.
Newer technology, there are other options. Some of them have a very thick pole, and they wrap the solar lighting around the pole itself. Most of them have a very modern aesthetic, though.
Sorry, I think I can answer the question. So with this, it's all these lights they're solar powered.
Correct.
So and so the top of it being flat is how it attracts the light.
Yeah, there's
that
a
answers
solar
my
panel
question.
right on top.
Okay,
Yep.
that answers my question.
Patrick?
Councilmember Painter?
Yep. Yeah, let's be quick. So I think the design looks great. Very happy you were able to incorporate EAC's comments. I think those are great ideas. And I also really like the historical markers. I know that was brought up a long time ago, but I think given the name of the park, and then of course the flagpole and other concepts around it, I think given the name of the park, it'll make a lot of sense. And I look forward to enjoying it one day, hopefully soon. That's all I got.
I have two or three things I want to ask you about. Can you describe that fence that you say that's going to be parallel to Seabrook for me?
Sure. I've got an image of it that I can pull up or show you where detail looks like at least. The middle on the left is the 3-rail fence.
Okay.
And that matches the fence that's along, I guess the parking spaces are facing Constitution Park. The white 3-rail fence.
So it's PVC?
It is.
Okay, well. So United States of America adopted flag etiquette. So are we going to light the flag at night so that poor staff don't have to go out there and take down the flag every day?
We can specify a light for the flagpole for sure, yes.
Would it be solar?
We do have electricity going to the park because we have a pump for the irrigation system. It could be a lighted with non-solar for the flagpole. But we don't have the infrastructure right now in the design to light the parking lot with the.
I mean, you're aware of that
Yes.
etiquette, right? Okay.
Yes.
It's adopted by Congress, so I don't want us to do anything wrong.
Right.
So, there was two other things. One is that, at one of the meetings I heard a discussion about the Calusa, or whatever it's called, on the northern border of the park. And apparently what you originally designed was not native, but there is a native that, shall we say, is less thick than the non-native. And so I'm the president of that homeowners association, and they're very desirous of having a sufficient buffer that is not scrawny. And I'm just wondering, from that perspective, are we going to, listen, I'm not saying that the planting needs to be Calusa, but what they want is a 4 to 5 foot barrier or buffer between their fences and the park.
Right. There is a Clusia hedge designed into the project. It is the native type. It is a fairly common hedge material in South Florida. It can also be a tree. It can also be a very tall tree. So, and with like a lot of hedge material that we use in Florida, it can also be a small tree. So, keeping those trimmed to a size is going to be a maintenance, ongoing maintenance for the village. But yes, it can be a 6, 8, 10-foot tall hedge. However, this village would like to maintain it.
Will it be from fence towards walkway? Will it be able to expand in that direction as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you think it does the trick, then I'm fine. So here's my most important thing I want to bring to your attention. I have been down this path before relative to veterans and recognition of veterans in Memorial Park in the town of Palm Beach. And we screwed it all up back when we did this. And what I want to tell the council is that you have to approach this with forethought in relative to who and how are you going to recognize veterans. For example, if a Tequesta resident is here today and his father served in Vietnam but never lived to put a foot in Tequesta, is that person going to be recognized? Or does it have to be a veteran who fought in a conflict or whatnot? And then you want to do paver blocks, which I'm okay with, where people can buy them and recognize their veteran, whatever that they may be. So let's say our landscape architect says it's X number of square feet, and based on the standard paver brick size, you can get 500 of them in there. I'm just for talking purposes. If you don't limit it to first come, first serve, and if you don't make it end when those bricks have been sufficiently installed, this will go on ad infinitum. Trust me. So you need to, so my recommendation is to have staff simply give this some thought, put down on paper some ways we're going to manage it so that it doesn't get out of our control going forward. That's all I'm really suggesting. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. I'm so excited. So I have been on council and was part of the start of this project, and it has been long-winded, and it's gone back and forth. And I do appreciate our long-term residents continuously reminding us of important things to put in there and their knowledge of the history of that park. That part, I'm so happy that staff is putting the history markers in there, because that's going back to my love for our youth and people moving here for the first time. You know, traditions and history is what ties all of our generations together. And for me, those are simple additions to the park to keep that history alive. Really the only comment I was gonna bring up was something that Mr. Bradford was bringing up is, as far as the veteran part of it, I wanna move forward with this tonight, but for the veteran part, because that's an addition, and it's an item that is easily adding, right? It's not part of the structure where trees are being planted for 30 years. I think we could work on the details of that, make sure we do it right. So I'm not concerned about that part tonight. I think we need to spend maybe a little bit more time. Maybe just put bricks in for now, and then we address that later. But definitely the flagpole. I love the flagpole. And make sure we have the etiquette.
Just so you know, I think there's plenty of time before you even finish the design to come up with some sort of, how are we gonna handle the veteran paver brick part of the whole thing?
Sure.
And I would agree with that. I think we can work the details out, move forward with the flag and the memorial bricks, and we'll work out the details. I mean, we're talking about, you know, a 6 to 8 month construction, and we still got a couple months of bidding, and so we got plenty of time.
That's fine, because I had all those same questions too, because my family they are all veterans and current serving. And even my husband's family, some of them are being buried in very odd spots, you know, and they didn't live there. So it's just, I kind of can think about that. Like, do I buy my family a brick? You know, and they didn't actually live in Tequesta, but they live south here. So I'm fine. I want to push this through tonight, fellow council members, and then we can work on those very detailed things a little bit later. But thank you again to our ladies who continuously bring us and keep on us about making sure we keep all those important tastes in place. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just a couple quick comments. So, the historical plaques, they're very concentrated on the east end. I mean, I think it'd be nice to have some more, like, maybe spread them out more throughout the trails, but I don't know if they were concentrated on the east end on purpose, but I think it'd be nice to spread them out a little more than have them, like, all right at the front of the park. I don't know.
I'd be open
if
to
there's a
spreading them out.
reason why they were all there.
I don't want to see them too far spread apart because they get lost.
We were honestly following a diagram that was provided to us by the, I guess, the Historical Society as a recommendation about where the plaques should be located. So, again, this is a large park, or well, not large, but there's a lot of area to be able to place plaques. We can certainly move those around at the will of whoever would like to direct that.
What? Okay. Yeah. Does everyone agree? Maybe spread them out a little more
I agree.
throughout the trail.
Let's make them and then we can place them.
Yeah. Whatever makes everybody happy is okay with me.
And this is maybe just the spec for the sign seemed like very large and just very commercial looking. I think I envisioned something like a little more quaint. I mean, it's a natural passive park, and I don't know if there's a better fit that would a better fit for the park there. I don't know if you specify that for the size because of all the wording that's going to go on them. Just my opinion. I don't. Can you pull it up?
Talk about the slide for the historic sign marker.
Yeah, it just seems very large and aggressive, and
Well, those are the manufacturer makes those. It's more about the panel itself. The panel itself is made so it's almost like graffiti and vandal proof. It's a laminated product that when you send your artwork in, they produce this. It's almost like it's a laminated product that has a coating on it that is nearly scratchable. You can take a key on it and rub it, and it won't scratch it. It's used by the National Park Service. A lot of state parks use these for their interpretive signage. The framework is something that comes from them. It is made for their product, and it is like an aluminum, pretty heavy-duty item. It's pretty common. We could come up with something a little bit different if that's the need for this project. I will say that it's going to be pretty indestructible if that is worth anything.
Okay, I thought I'd bring it up. If council's okay with them, we'll leave it. But it kind of looked really. Oh, it's a big sign there.
I don't mind.
I think if you get some nice, colorful artwork on it, and the message is right, the kind of the framework kind of disappears.
Okay, council's fine with it.
I think it's going to tell a story, correct? And
I don't
want
mind
it.
yeah.
I don't want it to be too small.
Yeah.
Where
No, of course, it had to fit the wording, so it's legible. But it's just. No. Okay. And then the historian's probably more a question for you. Didn't the train depot used to be there? Is there any significant history we'd want to put there? Or was that a different place? Because it was moved to Sawfish.
No, it used to be there. It definitely used to
Train
be.
depot was there originally. It was converted into a private home. And the previous manager, they trashed it pretty much. They played paintball and they were going to burn it down. Jim Humphrich went to Karen Marcus and saved it. She came up with her funds from the county, and the biggest mistake we ever made was letting that go.
Give it to Sawfish, yeah.
Yeah, it was really bad.
So I don't know. I mean, it is significant history, and it's,
No, I don't, that wasn't
No.
where it was originally.
Oh, it wasn't there.
I think it may have been at Tequesta Drive and Dixie Highway, but you have to go into the FEC archives to find out where exactly it was.
okay, so maybe not worth noting at the park. Yep. And then on the donor bricks and memorial, I'm definitely in favor of the flag. I want to understand, maybe I'm not clear on the memorial or the bricks we have here at Village Hall. So I know there's the 9/11 memorial, and people can buy bricks here. Are those all bought out and there's no more space, or are those not for veterans or people who have served in public safety to buy? Like, what's the difference between what's here at Village Hall versus what will be at Remembrance Park?
So I checked with Abby Brennan, who I believe was the mayor at the time, and she says that, those bricks that are out in front, like public safety, were set up just to try to recoup some of the costs for setting that memorial up. So it's not necessarily for veterans or whatever. It was just kind of a revenue source to sell bricks. So there's not for veterans or for people who 9/11. It was just, I think Abby has her son's name on one of them, put the bricks. So I think this could be a separate thing for veterans, and we can draft a policy on how you get in and, all that, to request a resident or something that we'll bring back the policy for you guys to adopt at a later date. And so that way we can move forward with this process, if that suffices for you guys.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't the same, because I'm like we're duplicating efforts there, and if they're not, can people still buy bricks here?
Yeah, so Friends of Public Safety had put that in, and they did that. When I talked to Abby, she was like, yeah, maybe we do that. We try to, stir up some energy for it, maybe to recoup some, more cost, or give to a different cause or something like that. But, yeah, people can still buy bricks, but we just don't really have like a campaign going for that. I mean, so, but we could, if that was a desire. The original cost, our original desire for that was to try to recoup some of the cost, but then the village took over the maintenance of it. So, obviously we just take on the cost, and it's, we've been doing it for years now. And so, doing a campaign for it, maybe there's a cause that we can give to or something later if we did something like that. So.
Okay. All right. And then I noticed there was lights and whatnot in the gazebo. What are the hours of the park? Do we need to spend money on lights in the gazebo? I don't know if it's going to be open after dark. I was just thinking too in terms of I know we have a certain budget, and so are there things that we necessarily need to spend money on?
I thought it was sunrise to sunset, myself, but that's just me.
Do we know the hours, official hours?
Well, we haven't. I mean, we can make the hours whatever. I mean, when we come back with a policy for that, typically park hours, in my experience, have always been set by council. And so we can bring that back to you guys however you guys want to, if you want to close it at sunset, we can do that. If you want us to remove the lights, we can do that. It might be good just to have the electrical and have the lights, and, make sure there's no way to, turn them on unless staff does it, just to, in case we ever need them for whatever reason, we have them out there.
Yeah, I think you still need some site lighting regardless, but the lights in the gazebo, do we need to spend money on that? So that would be something I think maybe we do need to talk about, the park hours, and then you guys would just, accordingly, maybe not order lights in the gazebos if we don't need them. We just don't want to spend money where it's not necessary.
I think now would be a good time to decide the lights. If you want us to take them out, let us know, because it'll change the bidding and that type of thing. Or
I don't know that I want them to do that, because the police may want them in there to make sure that nobody's hanging out in the gazebo after hours. I'm not quite sure. I know they had some concerns about the park being open at night, So I wouldn't want to handcuff that because they may want the lights there for SEPTED reasons.
So, in my opinion, with all our youth in the area too, if I start thinking about dark park gazebo.
Yeah, but we're not gonna leave the gazebo lights on all night. So that's why.
So why not put
So we would still have the
But
site lighting,
maybe
right, with
just
the
have-
bollards in the parking lot. But like, we're gonna leave gazebo lights on all night.
Maybe just have the electrical put in so it's there in case we ever had something there at night, like a little.
Well, you don't want to encourage people to go in there.
I know, but it's very long, that property too. So
Yeah, I don't know the answer, but typically what I've done over the years is sunrise to sunset, but whatever y'all want it to be.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you will come up.
You can put that on a sensor as well, so somebody steps in the gazebo, the lights come on and go off.
Right.
Simple as
like teenagers.
Okay. So we'll keep the lights like I'm just thinking too,
No, I
where
got it.
like we shouldn't be spending extra money if we really don't need it.
Yeah.
'Cause I want to make sure we stay within budget here. And then what are the colors we're going with the gazebo? Is it white gazebo and then has the roof color been selected?
I think we just tried to match, what was it, Constitution, to kind of keep it in the family of the village's current parks. I believe we
remember
have
what
a
it is.
green, I think it's a green roof.
Greg, what is it? Constitution Park, the
can't remember.
gazebo roof. It's green on top?
One's green and the other one's just a standard standing seam metal roof.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have green or just metal. Okay. And then what are the annual maintenance costs that you think we'll be incurring for this park?
We're estimating,
This design.
just based on, a rough estimate with our contractor, and there may be some work that we exchange with our crew, maybe with Linear Park, but 21,000 or 22,000 is roughly what our estimate is for maintenance costs. Obviously, I say don't hold me to that number as we develop the park and we get the contractor back out there, it may be a little more, but that's not counting necessarily tree cutting or something that may happen throughout the year. That's just the regular landscaping cost.
Okay. And then my last question is, say we get through the design, it gets priced, and we're like over budget. Does it come back to council with like value engineering options, or do you guys just do that on your own without council seeing it or P&Z seeing it?
So our purchasing process is pretty specific. There is a limit that we can go over. I think we have $1.2 million. I think it's like 25,000. Anything over that would have to come back. I'd have to check that policy. But if you guys want, every dollar that we go over, I could bring it back to you. But our purchasing policy allows for some flexibility for some of those change orders or something that would go over. But you guys are going to see the bid. You guys will approve the bid. So we're going to put this out for bid. We'll get all, go through the process, ranking them and, doing the cost. You guys will have to approve that. So we'll know if it's $1.3 million and we only budget 1.2, you guys will see that. The kicker would be is if we start going through the project and we have change orders, there is a little bit of flexibility there's a contingency fund that'll be part of this, but I have some authority for some of the change orders. If it comes over my authority, it has to come back. But you guys will see the original cost, the cost of it when it comes back. We have to get, because the cost, it's going to be $1.2 million or somewhere around there. That takes council approval.
Right. And so at that point, if we're over or whatnot, or we think there's not enough money, contingency left for change orders, because there's always unforeseens, we could then decide to like put a pause, go back and like value engineer something to try to get it lower. Okay. All right, no other comments. Thank you.
If you will, let me.
Yep.
I just want to recognize Steve Parker. I asked him to come too
Oh.
because we have. He reviewed this as well. I know he made some comments, and so I asked him to come just so hopefully tonight we have an answer for everything. So he's also here to answer any questions. But just wanted to recognize him, and he stayed through, powered through for 4 hours now. So thank you for coming,
Long
Steve.
meeting tonight. All right, any public comment? Mrs. Namath?
Yes. I'm Jessica Namath. I'm here as the chair of the EAC, letting you know, trying to reassure you guys that we are happy to help take on some of the maintenance of this and assist. But we did want to also be clear when we were going over that discussion with the plants that in all of our experiences with butterfly gardens, it's never just put it in and it's good to go. it's definitely a work in progress, and some plants work and some don't, and we had definitely discussed that it might take moving something or swapping something out, and we just wanted to make sure we were clear in advance of that. And I think we're all in agreement of that, right? So, but we look forward to helping with the butterfly garden. Thank you.
It's called adaptive management.
Yes.
Marianne?
Marcia Nielsen, 94 Beechwood Trail. I had a whole thing, but I'm not going to do it. On the bricks, Pat and I did not ever think that it would only be exclusive to veterans. That wasn't our intention. I mean, it can be yours, and that is not a problem with us. But what we were thinking was, we moved it from Veterans Park, which was the original proposed name, to Remembrance, which means remembering everybody. And so I'm a docent at the Lighthouse, and we do have an active brick program. And what they do there is, on the veterans, they impose the signal, like the U.S. Army or the U.S. Navy or whatever it is, in the brick itself.
That's cool.
So that might be one thing where you could mix it up. I was in the Peace Corps, and I was planning on a brick, but I'm not a veteran, but I did serve for 2 years. So the other thing going forward is, please do not exclude us. We got excluded last time, and I really fought hard to get back in, and I don't want to have to do that again, quite frankly. We really would like to be part of whatever committee you put together or on this park, because it's very near and dear to both of our hearts, and we really want it to be included in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards, Marianne? Sorry, Mrs. Namath, you already spoke. Marianne?
Marisa Berry?
Marie Superior Country Club. I'd like to address one of the things I heard from staff at yesterday's EAC meeting. The butterfly garden is a large priority for this park, and it's a bargain at $8,500. It should be planted at the same time as all the rest of the park. There is no reason to delay it. The benefit of pollinators and native plants is an ecological one that directly improves the health of our community. I was disappointed to hear the village manager's comments at the EAC meeting yesterday, suggesting that volunteers ought to take sole care of the garden. And I would submit to you that requiring volunteers to take care of the garden is unfair. I sincerely thank the EAC members for their willingness to take on that volunteer role, but I don't think it's right for the village to assume that the garden maintenance should be done by volunteers. We do not ask pickleball players to refinish the courts. We don't ask basketball players to clean the gym every week. And we shouldn't demand that local gardeners volunteer to take care of the butterfly garden regularly either. Note that also that unlike sports facilities, which only the players use, everyone in the village benefits all the time from a native plant garden because the ecological and aesthetic benefits accrue to us all. So this cost is even more properly assumed by the village. Instead, I think we should hire one of the nearby businesses that specialize in native plant gardens to take primary responsibility for taking care of our garden. This is likely to be an extremely small expense in the bigger picture of maintaining the park. And also, it's important to set a good example on the priority of native plants. Occasional volunteer events sponsored by the EAC, such as educational programs, are a fantastic idea. But the village ought to publicly recognize that a native plant pollinator garden is a critical public amenity and spend the very minimal amount necessary to maintain it properly by hiring a local company that specializes in caring for native plants to do it. No one suggested finding a volunteer to commit to mowing the grass before that gets put into the park. And although I am very grateful to the EAC members for their generosity, we shouldn't make the butterfly garden the sole burden of those highly public-spirited residents. You should direct the manager and the director of public works to add a small line item to ensure that a local business does the routine care for the native plants in the butterfly garden and allow the EAC to arrange special volunteer events there. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne?
Mr. Taylor?
Harold Taylor, 13 Chapel Court. A couple of months ago, I brought the same issue up, but I think at this meeting here, since it's on the item, I have two things I think that the village ought to look into. Number one is an appearance thing. If you're gonna try to make the park look decent, there are two abandoned power poles on that north side. One's got a transformer on it. They look awful. Second question is legal. Does FPL still have a right-of-way? If they do, they can come in anytime they want and ask for access to those two poles. I would suggest that we get FPL to take the poles down, if they will, and somehow relinquish their right-of-way. Otherwise, we're gonna build a park that they can tear the whole north side apart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, you want to explain or respond to that so that all will know about?
Yeah, well, he brought it up before, and I don't know if Jonathan, you want to opine on that, but I believe we are undergrounding those poles now, and so that is taken care of. I believe there was power still going to a nearby site.
They're abandoned. There's no wires hooking up to the pole.
Well, I mean, you can opine.
Yeah, according to FPNO, I guess the transformer is still theirs. I don't know whether it's actively active, but it is still owned by them in some way. We have contacted them. They are going to take down those poles, and we are planning on undergrounding to the property. So that is the plan.
Great, thank you. And then the 22,000 in maintenance costs, did that include the butterfly garden? Did not, okay. Do you have any idea what that would take?
We do not.
Okay. All right, any other council comments? Questions?
Yeah, if we if we change gears and we don't limit acknowledgement to veterans, that's okay with me too, but I just want to say, you have to put a limit on it, or over time, the entire park will be paved over. So, I mean, we got to come up with something.
Have that problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah, unless you live next door and the runoff hits you, but.
But it didn't happen at Village Hall when we had bricks available. So that's, I'm like, is it gonna happen? I mean.
Well, and the other thing that happened in Palm Beach, people's feelings got hurt, and that's not good. It's just not good to do. You got to have a plan, stick to the plan, and then it is what it is.
We can work it out.
Okay, so I think two things that we'll need to, I don't know if we workshop or it just comes to a council meeting, is the park rules, hours, that stuff, and then what we're gonna do with the bricks and have guidelines for that. Okay. All right, council, can I get Jay, one more thing?
Just a reminder, when you make the motion, remember to make the EAC's recommendation, add milkweed to the landscape plan.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve, is this site plan?
Yes.
Approve the site plan for Remembrance Park with the condition that the milkweed be added to the scope of work for the butterfly garden.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 It's exciting.
How you doing, Patrick? Hanging in there?
Oh, great.
Okay.
All right, yes, we had power through, guys. We have a couple more, so we got this. Longest meeting ever, I think. Agenda item 21, ordinance number 17-23, first reading for the Live Local Act.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 1723, ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of Chapter 78, zoning, Article 6, Schedule of District Regulations by creating a new Division 3 entitled Affordable Housing and Live Local Act to provide and implement administrative procedures and requirements for development of affordable housing projects pursuant to the Florida Live Local Act, providing for enforcement and providing penalties for violations, providing that each and every other section, subsection, Chapter 78 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify effective date for other purposes. First reading.
Okay, Jay Hupsch, Community Development Director. So Live Local Act, I think you guys are all familiar with it. I will try and speed mine up a little bit. I know it's a little bit late. So as you know, it's a statewide housing strategy attempting to increase affordable housing. It has some provisions in it that make it easier for developers to build multifamily residential. Unfortunately, it steps on home rule quite a bit. The act requires municipalities in Florida to allow multifamily or mixed-use residential development in commercial, industrial, or mixed-use zoning districts if at least 40% of the residential units are affordable as defined by the state. The act also says a municipality may not require a proposed multifamily development to obtain any type of zoning, land use change, special exception, conditional use permit for a project. One of the big provisions is it says any development that qualifies under the act is to be allowed the maximum density that is permitted within a municipality. So in Tequesta's case, this is 18 units an acre. This means in our C2 zoning district on US 1, somebody could come in and get the mixed use density of 18 units an acre. The worst provision for us in this one is that it says that a municipality may not restrict the height of a qualifying project to anything less than the highest currently allowed height for a commercial or residential development located within 1 mile of the project. As you guys probably know, virtually every commercial or mixed-use property in the village is within 1 mile of our R3 zoning district, Beach Road, which allows buildings up to 11 stories or 101 feet. So a developer utilizing the act could conceivably come in and build a building of a level of height that we would not normally allow, and I'm sure many, if not all residents would not approve of. The act states that a proposed development authorized under this subsection must be administratively approved and no further action by the governing body of the municipality is required if it satisfies the municipality's land development regulations. This means in some cases administrative approval a project could bypass the normal process where they'd have to go before the planning and zoning board and the village council. The code here says that a qualifying project has to be approved by both the village manager and myself, so that way I wouldn't be able to sign off on it. There'd be kind of another check and balance that the village manager would have to also say that it qualifies. There's some questions upon whether or not we could enforce certain things in the comprehensive plan to say that a project doesn't qualify. That's something that we'd have to kind of look at as a project would come in. Obviously, we'd work with Keith and we'd look at kind of what the state case law looks like on something like that. But there really isn't a lot of guidance from the state on kind of how that looks right now. The act, we're kind of fortunate in one regard that the act says that in municipalities that are comprised of less than 20% commercial and industrial uses, a project has to be mixed use in order to qualify. We're fortunate that we are less than 20% commercial industrial, therefore a project does have to be mixed use. So somebody couldn't come in and just build a purely residential project. They'd have to incorporate commercial uses in there, which makes it a little bit more difficult for people to come in and get qualified under the act. Our comprehensive plan actually also has a requirement that mixed-use projects shall be at least 20% commercial. So in the ordinance, we clarified that if someone is trying to qualify for the Live Local Act, their project has to be at least 20% commercial uses. So our proposed ordinance is really just trying to update the village zoning code to be compliant with the state's new act. Unfortunately, our hands are tied in a lot of ways, but we have tried to put the 20% preemption, or 20% commercial language in there, and then Keith also put in some language so that somebody can't really separate the higher end residential uses from the affordable uses. They all have to kind of be in the same building and have the same amenities. So happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Keith can too.
Just one other thing. So this really came about. I was at the Florida League of Cities in the committee meetings, and the conversation that was part of our committee is that the biggest concern, not only all the language in there, is there wasn't any teeth to a developer who may come in and put this in, and 10 years later decide he wants to sell off all the units. Like what teeth we'd have. So I came right out of the meeting, found Keith, who was in his own committee meeting. I said, hey, we got a problem. And basically we just did what some other municipalities do. We're trying to codify the code. Doesn't mean we're endorsing it. We're just trying to make sure we put teeth to it. I think we've all had the conversation. Mayor Young brought it up, is that we should continue to fight at the state level to get this amended. But we really don't have a lot of options at this point other than give us some teeth in case the developer doesn't live up to their part of it.
All right, council?
It's less than ideal that we're forced to do this, but I do take comfort in the fact that even if it's an administrative approval that it's got to be mixed use, so they can't separate the buildings, that they still have to meet our land development regulations, that it's got to meet zoning, it's got to meet setback, it's got to meet setbacks and all those things, landscaping, all that stuff. So we can still keep our finger on the pulse of that. But, this decision to do this hasn't been made in a vacuum. It's been vetted by Palm Beach County League of Cities, by the Florida League of Cities. We're doing something to ultimately protect ourselves, and I think we did tonight, and I commend the mayor for her addition to the League of Cities language we can continue to advocate for and against this in any way. So I'm supportive of this because we kind of need to, and I think this whole issue is a work in progress, and it will be, unfortunately, not this year in session because the two main sponsors of that are still in control. So this will be something that changes will be made 2 years from now, possibly.
It's a long time.
Yeah. So we have to do this, and I'm okay with it.
Councilmember Painter?
Yeah, I'll second. Am I unmuted? Yeah, okay, I'll second basically everything Rick said. I'm not saying I love it, but it's required by Florida statute, so we're simply codifying it in our code. I do think it is actually quite beneficial that we have this mixed-use requirement. These, like any developer, when they're looking at these types of projects, it has to work out on paper, and I have to think that having that mixed-use component doesn't make it pencil out quite as well as it would if it were all residential. So I think that actually does benefit us quite a bit. But anyway, we don't have a choice here, so it is what it is.
Okay.
State law is state law, so we have to do what we have to do. But what I like about this is the part that says to provide and implement administrative procedures and requirements for the development of affordable housing. So we know the state law says, but this is so that when if someone does come in, we're not running around like a bunch of chickens with our head cut off. We've got a framework and guidelines that we've let them know this is how it's going to go down. So I think it's great to do that.
The 20% commercial, and you mentioned they can exceed the height if they meet that 40% of affordable housing. If they have to include 20% commercial, but then most of the time, the developers we speak to, they need to meet their financial need, and they just keep adding. My concern is that 20%, and I don't like it either way. But if we make them have 20%, they're still gonna add more housing on top of that to make their financial need, or their want, I should call it. I really don't like it any of this, and I know we are stuck. I'm really torn about this one because I really can't stomach supporting any of this at all.
I know.
At all,
no, I don't think any of us do.
And I want residents to know this is one of those really, really hard things because this is something that's coming from way above our heads, and you guys have to start reaching out to your higher politicians and really start communicating because they're doing a lot of things that totally override us, and it's so wrong. But yeah, this one's hard for me.
To your point on the 20%, right? If you keep going up, that means you have to provide more commercial, which makes it probably a little more difficult to pencil out in a pro forma, right? So I don't think it incentivizes them.
They continuously add because they have to meet their financial want to make it sense for them. But then we all sit here and suffer with it. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
When it comes to aesthetics, is that community development department and the manager who's going to approve the aesthetics, or can we not even comment on those? I'm assuming it's not even coming to council for that, but do you guys get to comment on that?
So, I think it'd be probably more clear if we had established design guidelines and our architectural guidelines that people had to meet. But I think there probably is enough language in the code about compatibility with surrounding area. There's some stuff in the comp plan Keith and I looked at that we could probably apply. I'll defer to you, Keith.
No, that's correct.
Yeah.
The design guidelines, the exercise we went through earlier in this year for R3.
Would they apply if they're pulling from R3?
Well, I'm not sure it would, but with everything else, we have the, Chapter 22? Community development is where those architectural provisions are, and as I've consistently told you over the years, I mean, they're very subjective, which in this case, that cuts both ways. When you're talking about things like, well, you know, is it compatible with the surrounding development? Does it, we'll just use that language as an example, you know, it's equally as easy for a builder to come in and say yes as it would be for a reviewer to point at something and say no. So that's why I say it cuts both ways. You know, if that's what we're going to hang our hat on in an administrative denial, then it becomes, is that the, you know, not to be, is that the hill we're going to want to die on? Because that will get litigated, and that's fine if that's the path we want to take. I have no problem with that. But that's much more difficult of a factual setting to establish compared to things in the comp plan like level of service for water or level of service for sewer or other things that are objective in the zoning code like parking and landscaping and setbacks that all have to be complied with and reviewed. Those are very easy to review and determine, but the same process will apply. It's just that those codes as they're written right now are very subjective. So it's a harder sell if we have to litigate, but which doesn't mean we can't. And, you know, the other thing to the Vice Mayor's comment, that in my opinion, by preparing this ordinance and bringing it to you, it is no more certainly not meant to be any more of a political statement than any other ordinance we bring to you that conforms our code to state law. This is not meant to be a political rally. It's not meant to be anything other than acknowledging what the state legislature has done, conforming our code to what that state law is, and moving forward, and you know, doing whatever we think we reasonably can do that's defensible, like the code enforcement piece and the equivalent treatment of dwelling unit piece. You know, those aren't in the Live Local Act, but we've added those as additional requirements in our code. So you know, the code writing is not political lobbying. It's bringing your code into a state of legal conformance. So I only say that to your comment that, you know, this is a very difficult one. It's not meant to be you agreeing with the philosophy behind it. It's simply bringing your code into a state of legal conformance with state law.
I just want residents to know that we don't exactly love this. I just want to be clear about that. That's all.
And then does this law preempt our conceptual plan process?
For a Live Local project,
Because that would be a way
if it
we
went
can still
through,
comment on aesthetics.
but if we got an application that was a pure Live Local application, and we reviewed it and was determined to otherwise be compliant with the comp plan issues and the land and the zoning code issues, no, I don't think we could require. I don't think we could require that. We could always ask and see what they say, but I don't think we can require it, because at the end of the day, they're not going to have to come back before you for action under the Live Local. So, you know, what's the point? I understand what the point is from our point of view, but from a legal standpoint, there would be no reason. And that would be bringing them before the government body in a public hearing, even though you're not taking action. And, you know, as Jay said, there is literally no guidance on that sort of thing. That would be, I'm just answering your question off the cuff, but it seems to me that would probably run afoul of the language in the statute and the intent of the statute, that if it's otherwise compliant with your comp plan and your land development regulations, and it's a Live Local application.
Okay, could you just confirm that, look into that, because that's not going to affect this ordinance. 'Cause that's
Well,
already a requirement that we have, but it'd be nice to know, and
I mean, that's my opinion sitting here. Our conceptual process is somewhat unique. I'm not aware of a lot of other places that do that. So I don't think I'm going to find a lot of guidance on that topic just because I don't think a lot of places do that, but I will certainly see what I can find and report back.
Okay, because I mean, if we were to get a project, you know, and we could still require that conceptual plan, like maybe, you know, even though it wouldn't have to come for us for site plan approval, you know, I'd like to think, you know, not all developers are bad, and they might want to hear our feedback and would work with us and put in some, you know, aesthetic considerations and whatnot. It's worth determining, I think, for sure.
Okay.
And then one last thing, sorry, I know it's a long meeting tonight. I am not saying I am for or against this, but I wanted to bring it up because I have sat through a lot of presentations on Live Local Act. I've read a lot of white papers on this. And the only thing that I've really taken away from that information on a way to possibly, I don't want to say control, but like kind of sway the location of these is there has been some concepts thrown out that you can craft some local incentives and kind of do an overlay. So like in this area, if you build, you know, that kind of property here, you get, you know, relax your permit fees or whatever the incentives could be. So you're kind of swaying people to certain areas in your municipality where you would be as okay as possible with a building like this. You know, a very tall building where it doesn't belong. So again, I'm not for or against it. It's just I thought it was interesting and I wanted to throw it out to everyone. That's the one option I've heard being discussed to try to not control it, but sway maybe the locations.
Steer them to a location.
Steer. That's a good word. Thank you. So I just want to throw that out there. All right. And Marianne?
Marie Superior, the Country Club. The proposed ordinance unnecessarily removes decision-making responsibility from the elected representatives of this community and places it summarily with the administrative staff. This is not clearly required by the state law. If we need to be very clear about that this delegation of authority over aesthetic and landscaping decisions is required before giving that authority to the staff alone. And we need a precise citation to the authority for that opinion. Because a straightforward reading of the state law does not support the conclusion that aesthetics must be approved by staff rather than decided by the P&Z board and council as usual. The state law nowhere says that only the staff must approve administratively all issues of land use regulation. Under subsection D, the state law provides that administrative approval must be given, quote, if the development satisfies the municipality's land development regulations for multifamily developments in areas zoned for such use and is otherwise consistent with the comprehensive plan, end quote. This law does not require that the council delegate the condition decisions, the clause after the if, to staff. To the contrary, for example, Tequesta Code Section 22-82 still applies, and as always, P&Z and the council should make the relevant decisions, not staff. The same reasoning holds for the requirements based in the village's comprehensive plan. The council and P&Z still have the power to determine whether a development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. You should not delegate these powers to staff unnecessarily. Under the most plain reading of the state law, these decisions are still the purview of P&Z and the council. You don't need to give so much more than has already been being taken from the village. Even if you believe that the state law is ambiguous, there is still no reason for you to hand over this critical decision-making to staff. The council should not surrender essential village interests unnecessarily, and the decision-making competence at issue is an essential village interest that lies properly with elected and appointed representatives of the community. The proposal also doesn't offer sufficient penalties, and it gives the village no way to learn of a violation. In order to enforce the affordability requirement over 30 years, the village needs to have information that the building department will not have unless we require landlords to provide it in the ordinance. This section needs to include at least a monthly reporting requirement. That monthly report needs to show all of the market rate units and their monthly rents paid, and all of the affordable units and their rents paid. The reporting requirement should have a penalty attached if the landlord fails to file it on time. A reporting requirement is the only way you will know if the owner is complying with the affordability requirement. In addition, the penalties for violating the affordability requirements need to be high enough to make it uneconomic to choose to violate the law rather than to comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne? Any other cards? Any other public comment? All right, council?
No, I appreciate the LPA for voting on this and agreeing that it's with a 5-0 vote that this is where we need to be. So, again, another set of eyes has always looked at this before it gets to us. So,
Everything I've heard here tonight from this dais comports with what I've heard and read elsewhere, so I don't believe we're doing anything wrong or going too far or not far enough. I think we're right there, to be honest with it. So I'm in favor of let's just do it to get it on the books.
Okay, can I get a motion?
motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Agenda item 22, consider approval of FDEP agreement for the Dover Ditch Living Shoreline. Marjorie?
Good evening, Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director. This agreement is the FDEP agreement for a grant that we've been waiting for about a year for the Dover Ditch Living Shoreline. I mentioned it in my monthly update. And the grant itself is for $157,500. I did notice while I was in here that in the grant agreement, it does not have the grantee match in the agreement component. And so I don't know, Keith, if there's a way to, and the match is 157, it's a 50% match. So you could see there on the, if you scroll down to be able to scroll down to the actual agreement itself. There we go. So up a little bit, just a hair. Okay, you see where the grant amount is? And the match is, yeah, grantee match. Yeah, down a little.
Third row on the chart there.
What?
Item 5.
Item 5, total amount of funding. And it really should be 2 times.
Oh, so does that need to be filled in?
Yeah, it
Line
needs to be
item,
filled in,
line
and
5?
I didn't, they filled it in, DEP provided that, and I just didn't see it until I was sitting here, so.
What's it supposed to be? What's the number?
It would be $157,500 for a total grant amount of $315,000.
It's in the body of the agenda right here. It'll say it.
I just want to make sure we're covered, whatever we
Okay.
do. If we need to, I'll have to contact
So
DEP and
if
see.
if it's a motion to approve, it should be motion to approve amending the application form
If required.
as, if required to get, in order to get the full 315.
And, well, we won't get 315, but they just, it might mess up, just having
It
dealt
might
with
only give us
grants.
half of 157.
Yeah, they might, yeah.
Okay, in order to get the full
Yeah,
157.
they might actually, exactly.
This is
They
total
may
amount
say,
of funding
where's
plus
the
match."
match? We're only going to
Right.
give you half of
Okay,
that, so.
the motion would be to approve with the amendment to the form, the application form as you explained.
Yes.
Okay.
My blood sugar level's getting low.
And I read through it, I did not, it's quite a long I provided a lot of the information too in the background for it, so that was certainly an effort by Chen Moore, so to put together about a year ago and updated it. So it is a partnership with the town of Jupiter. We have of the 157.5 that we're matching together with DEP, we are responsible for 60% of that, and Jupiter for 40%. Are there any questions?
Council?
I have none.
Marjorie, do you consider this to be green infrastructure at all? Just curious.
Well, so, you know, Jay might be better to answer that question. To me, I guess to me it would be, but would not be an expert on that. since it does provide the living shoreline, which provides additional treatment or concepts of living shoreline. It will provide additional treatment in that area for the Loxahatchee River.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'll find out.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Painter, any comments or questions? Is he? Can
I
you
don't think he
Councilmember Painter?
Football game's on.
I have no comments.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have any comments?
Thank you, though.
Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Let me see if I got this right. Motion to approve the, what is it, a resolution or a proposal?
Contract.
To approve the contract on the condition that we change the number here? Is that
Yeah, it's a
included?
grant agreement, motion to approve the FTP grant agreement on the, condition that.
We add the
Includes
grantee match number.
Grantee,
Yeah.
157.5.
Good, that sounds good.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda item 23, consider approval of agreement with Core in Maine for purchase of water meter fittings and water line accessories.
So Marjorie Craig, again, Utilities Director. This is a similar agreement to just piggyback for miscellaneous items for primarily the distribution system, could be the stormwater system, could be the water plant. This is because if you go over certain thresholds, this is really a better way, and you understand this, for purchasing rather than just doing it without an agreement or piggyback or set prices. We leverage those lower prices typically. And this is just with Core in Maine.
Right. Council, any comments or questions?
I have none.
None?
No, ma'am.
I have none.
Right, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Make
So
a
moved.
motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
All in favor?
I'll just like.
I know.
It's okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda item 24, consider approval of agreement with Revere for water treatment plant SCADA radio network replacement.
Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director again. This I mentioned in my monthly update where we found that the radio network is at 900 megahertz and needs to be reduced to 200 megahertz and needs to be updated. And it really has quite a detailed explanation there that I've written if you have any questions. But it's really critical for our SCADA communications, important for the wells to be able to get the data back from the wells and not have to basically operate out of a truck. So if we don't replace this, then we have to send people out to go get the readings and turn, it's not a way to operate the water plant, the water system.
Yes.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions?
No?
I have none.
No? Great, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the agreement with Revere for water treatment plant SCADA radio network replacement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The only thing is, it was not budgeted, so the money needs to come from reserve, so just.
That was
making
on the
sure
memo.
that's-
Very, very thorough on the memo for that one.
yeah.
Appreciate it. Yes, all the information was there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 25, consider approval of the Constitution Park skate park renovation. Greg.
Don't want to choke on candy. Too late for that.
Evening.
Good evening.
Greg Corbett, Parks and Recreation Director. The item in front of you is consideration of the skate park renovation with American Rant Company. The project's cost price is $160,000. It's replacing the existing equipment that's already there with the exception of the half pipe that we put in there probably 4 or 5 years ago, which American Ramp did put in. So we're using the same company, matching what we just recently purchased 5 years ago, if that makes sense. Budget amount is $175,000. The design of the skate park came from their skate professionals. The only input that I had on this project was the addition of, it's called a pump track section.
and that was my only input on this project. So most of the design came from the company themselves. If anybody has any questions,
The only thing to add is this is from our Surtax funds, 301 fund. This is not from the general fund monies.
Right, council?
No question from me.
Nothing.
I'm very excited about this.
Good.
You guys,
Jane?
I'm very excited. Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I'm very excited about the skate park, and I appreciate the pump track. I know Jupiter was even trying to figure out how to do one for them, and I feel like we're beating them to it, and we're smaller, so.
yeah, I tried to it's kind of a trendy thing, and the space was too small, but the guys went back and took a look at the design and were able to put in a section of it, so I was pretty pleased with that.
I mean, I might have to get my board out there.
Yeah.
Is that the black thing behind the other ramp?
Yes, sir.
Oh, very cool. All right. Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
Thanks for staying.
Molly, you have any questions?
I have no questions, thank
Okay,
you.
all right.
Any public comment?
We have public comments.
Marie Superi, Country Club, sorry. As a frequent observer at Constitution Park, and the skate park in particular, I wanted to object to the characterization of skate park participants in the memo. The description paints skaters and bikers as uniquely problematic and mentions none of the many benefits that accrue to the village and its residents from the skate park. Moreover, the same generalizations about bad behavior could also be made about organized sports players. They are not unique to skaters, and so it's not appropriate to suggest that they are. So it's notable and disappointing that we've only ever seen this negative characterization of sports participants alleged before the council with respect to the skate park. The potential for objectionable or illegal behaviors by organized sports players was not appended as a cautionary note when the council was recently considering spending many millions of taxpayer dollars on a sports park that includes baseball, soccer, and basketball facilities. The difference in characterizations is extremely regrettable and reveals a bias that should not be repeated. It is wrong to impugn all of the skaters and bikers in Tequesta who are well-behaved and courteous, which is most of them. That said, problems at the skate park and all parks absolutely should be addressed. Note, however, that there are no proposals to try to solve the problems listed in the memo. There's only a lengthy recitation of evils and staff's assurance that they will continue, although these problems are by no means unique to skaters or to a skate park, but rather plague our society generally. On this point, I note that the skate park is the only park in the village that is not closed and locked at night. Given that the cost for the renovation is under budget by nearly $15,000, it may make sense to apply the balance to completing the fence around the park and adding a gate. If you left the playground or Tequesta Park open all night, we'd probably have problems there too. Keep in mind that the village also had to bolt down the benches and the trash cans on the bridge because someone was amusing himself by tossing them into the river at night. In summary, I support completely the proposal for the renovated skate park. I find, however, that the characterization of the skaters was gratuitous and not directed to meaningful solutions for a pervasive problem. To the contrary, a skate park in itself can very much be part of the solution and a positive contribution to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment cards?
Another one, Thomas Superi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable members of the council. My name is Thomas Superi. I live in the country club. I also enjoy skating, and I have 3 points for your consideration in connection with the skate park discussion. First, I would like to acknowledge the virtues of the skater community. Second, I would like to express my appreciation for the proposed skate park design. And third, I would like to suggest one minor design improvement. Community. The two main reasons that I skate are: one, I think it is a great test of skill and balance, and two, I appreciate very much the spontaneous and generous community of skaters that I have met. Let me focus on this latter point. One of the neat experiences getting started skating was to learn skills from the more advanced skaters, and I have learned a lot from those skaters. I also appreciate very much meeting skaters of all different ages. As a general matter, my experience has been very positive, and the older skaters have not only been very informative, but also very supportive. Many advanced skaters are happy to teach what they know. In this way, A small community forms organically where skills are taught and practiced. What is perhaps unique about this community is its informality, spontaneity, and lack of formal organization. But I think these traits are actually very valuable and also appealing to many people. It's good to have this open space and a community in this open space. I would note also that it takes real initiative and generosity for the more experienced skaters to share their knowledge for no other reason than the fun of sharing that knowledge and helping less experienced skaters learn and stoking their enthusiasm. This is a real opportunity to practice leadership. I mention this because I want you to know that having a skate park in the village is a valuable resource for the community and that we appreciate it. The proposed design. I was pleased to see the proposal for a new design. It looks very nice and I look forward to skating there soon, and I am sure many others will appreciate its prompt installation also. My one minor suggestion is this. It would be great to have more beautiful shade trees around the skate park to provide a natural shade at least around the perimeter. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome, buddy.
Very good.
Any other public comment? All right, council?
Nope.
I just want to tell Greg, in regards to that comment about trees, I understand why we don't put trees too close, because you can't have debris for the wheels and whatnot. So I'm sure you can come up with some sort of creativeness to create some shade on the border. And just so my fellow council members know, don't forget skateboarding is now an Olympic sport. So you never know. Next Olympian might come out of Tequesta.
It's come a long way, baby.
All right, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Agenda item 26, resolution 26-23 in regards to the general municipal election.
So
Laurie's on there, right?
Lori designated Keith to take this.
Okay.
This is generally the standard resolution that the village adopts every year, recognizing our agreement with the Supervisor of Elections Office and the calling of our municipal election, any runoff election if necessary. Next year, the 2024 election is March 19th. If a runoff is required, it's April 2nd. The seats that are up are seats 1, 3, and 5 for 2-year terms. The big difference with this resolution is that the Supervisor of Elections, well, first of all, the Village of Tequesta adopts the Palm Beach County Canvassing Board to canvass its municipal elections, and we put that in our code a couple years ago. The County Canvassing Board is made up of the Supervisor of Elections herself or a designee, Circuit Court Judge, Chair or the Mayor of the County Board of County Commissioners. Supervisor of Elections has a not an actual conflict, but a perceived conflict. Statute specifies when she actually has a conflict, and it involves being an active participant in a campaign, which is not the case. However, there's obviously an appearance of a potential conflict. So all that to say, we have added language, and we worked very closely with the Supervisor of Elections, General Counsel, in crafting the additional language to this year's resolution, which is basically excludes the supervisor herself from any involvement with canvassing the village's election, runoff election, mail-in ballot, anything that the canvassing board would do. She will step away. We are, this resolution proposes that we will recommend the appointment of 2 alternates for her, being
the clerk and the assistant clerk.
Clerk and an assistant clerk. So the way that the process works is we make that recommendation to the Supervisor of Elections Office. They recommend that the appointment of those individuals to the Circuit Court Judge, who's the chair of the canvassing board, and he or she is the person who actually makes the appointment. We don't anticipate there being any issues, but that is the process. We can't just appoint somebody onto the county canvassing board. They have to do it, but we will send our recommendations in through this ordinance, through this resolution. Otherwise, it's the standard resolution we adopt every year in terms of the precincts and poll workers and all of that. It just adds this additional piece regarding the perceived conflict.
Thank you.
So this does, just, I guess, give clarity to our clerk's office will have to attend, I think there's 13 days that the clerk's office will have to be up there, sit up there for a number of hours. We'll make those accommodations through staff, and that's why we wanted a second alternate in case one person couldn't make it. We wanted to make sure that we always had somebody there. But there are, I believe there's 13 days that we have to sit up there, and so we will accommodate that.
So, can we pick, could we have picked anyone? There's no criteria for who we pick?
Yeah, I think, leaving that authority to me, or if you guys, otherwise, you guys don't want to pick my staff for me, right? Staff's going to be the way to, staff's going to be the way to do it.
Guy off the street.
Yeah, if you
I
guys
offered to do it at my going rate.
Yeah.
But that was a very good
I
idea.
quickly denied. you guys could.
It's
the-
like
the thing
watching
is,
paint dry. is
We're
what
kind
it-
of up against the time frame too, because we need to get this approved. So we could have came back and said, "Hey, council, everybody nominate somebody. You guys come up with somebody you nominate." But we were up against timeline, so Lori reluctantly volunteered because she's probably the appropriate person, and she has the ability to work remotely, so she will work remote while she's up there, and so we will take care of Lori for this contribution. So.
Any other council comments,
Well,
questions?
we're doing this because of my relationship with my sister, who's the supervisor of elections, whose integrity is beyond reproach. I want to thank the village for putting yourself in a human resource bind and by allocating our clerk, who will work remotely. When the workaround is easy to, somebody can sit down there and watch every vote that ever needs to be canvassed. But I want to say thank you to the village for putting us in a binding position in order, when there is a workaround that's out there. But I want to say thank you to you guys. And I don't know, Keith, if I should recuse myself from this vote because I'm the reason for the vote?
Well, voting conflict would be a financial benefit by participating in the vote, a special financial benefit. So I'm not.
I'll recuse myself.
Well,
I believe in the process so
There's-
much that
I think we actually do pay you guys now, don't we?
Yeah, we do get paid.
So let's, I think the safe bet would be to declare a conflict, not participate in any substantive discussion on the resolution. I don't think anything you've said at this point really is participating in the discussion about adopting the resolution or not. You thanked the village for doing what it did. So yes, I think declare the conflict. You'll have to fill out the form that the clerk's office has and not participate in this vote.
Okay, I will then recuse myself at advice of legal counsel.
I think it's very well known that they are related. They share the same last name even. I think it's very appropriate for Mrs. Sartory to accuse herself, and that's pretty much what I said. I think it's very appropriate and very respectful of her to do that. And yes, Jeremy has done a great job finding replacements. I'm sure Jeremy will do a great job at making sure we take care of whoever has to spend lots and lots of hours sitting down there an extra time. It's like Tom said, it's like watching paint dry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Painter, anything to add?
No, I am good, thank you.
Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve resolution 26-23, calling for the general municipal election and for other matters related thereto.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda item 27, consider taking applications and appointment of unexpired term of seat 2 on the EAC. Jeremy?
So this was a discussion that we had last workshop. I don't know, Jessica probably may have filled out a card for this, but I know the EAC did vote, and I could let her talk, but they did vote to support leaving the seat open for Mr. Bradford. The EAC does have that recommendation. I know at the last council meeting, I don't think there was a consensus, so we need to decide if we're leaving the seat open for Mr. Bradford, who is seated on the council, had to stand up from his seat on the EAC. His term is not up until of 2025, so there is, a little more than a year left on that term, and so that'll be up for you guys to, have a vote if you want to leave it open or go ahead and fill it and take applications. Take applications and fill it. Let's go the right order.
Council?
Well, when we had the workshop, I said I could go either way, but yesterday I was heartened by the fact that it was unanimous. The EAC wanted me to come back. There's no guarantee that there's no guarantee that I would run again what's the word I'm looking for?
Apply?
No, so I do have that 1 year left, and then of course, doing any EAC work thereafter is up to the council because, it's a new term. But since I'll vote yes for it, because I have to vote, because there's no financial thing, I don't think, and because the EAC unanimously wanted me to come back. Is that making any sense? That's where I stand based on what happened yesterday.
Okay. Any other council comments?
I stated at the last workshop that I think with Mr. Bradford's experience, that I recommended and I stood fast with that to keep the seat open, and I stand by that at this moment. I know that's an opportunity to bring new people in. But hearing Mr. Bradford's comments and the desire of the committee, I think that's where I'm still standing, to keep it open.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth with this, and a wise person told me to look at this and what's the harm in filling it and what's the harm in not filling it. So I made a short list of those, but I think what's leading me to feeling that we should not fill it is that I don't like the idea of someone like Mr. Bradford who stepped up, volunteering his own time to fill the vacancy on council. And whether he looks at it like this or not, I don't know. But I don't want him to be penalized for that. And that's kind of what I keep coming back to. And I also know, obviously we've seen the vote now from EAC. You obviously add a tremendous amount of value to the committee, and it would be a shame to lose him. The only drawback that I kept going to, and what's the harm in not filling it, is that there could be some really qualified folks out in our village who are interested in this seat and that would do great. But I think ultimately I just don't like the idea of penalizing Mr. Bradford for stepping up for council. That's all.
How did you have to be so good?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. All right, so I did, since I missed the last workshop because I was coming off of that virus, I did listen to it later and heard all the feedback. And I really could go either way. I really could. And I would love the fact that Mr. Bradford, I don't want to say he's doing us a favor because we chose him to be appointed. It's not, I struggle with, we had multiple applicants, so we chose him. It's not like he was our only applicant to apply for appointing the remaining seat. Now, in my time on council, this is one of those hard things of we kind of have to consider if we do it for one, we have to do it for all. And with so much involvement in our village lately with people trying to get on different boards and run for council, I just really want to try and stick to the procedures of things. So if it wasn't you in this seat, I probably would just open the seat and accept applications. So it's the fact that it's you and your dedication to the EAC and now your dedication to helping us on council for the next few months. So if it wasn't you, I would absolutely just open applications. So I'm gonna take that part out of it, because if I do it for you, I'm gonna have to do it for everybody. And I do know how intelligent you are, so when you apply to be appointed, I do know that you knew that was a risk, that you would have to lose that seat possibly.
Yeah.
However, we do open those seats periodically, or someone resigns or they move, which has happened. So if you were very interested in going back, I absolutely do believe you would reapply, and you would be a great candidate that we would be choosing from. So again, I'm gonna go with, take my emotion out of it and stick to the procedure, and I'm gonna lean towards opening for applications, and we might not get any. We might get some, we might not. I know Mr. Bradford's not going anywhere. He's still gonna go to their meetings probably. But again, if I do it for him, I'm gonna have to do it for everybody, and I don't know if I could or want to do it for everybody, so that's pretty much where I'm gonna go with it tonight, and that's why, so I don't want you to think anything of it.
No, it's not personal.
It's my experience of being on council. If we don't stick to the procedure, it gets complicated over time.
And those were kind of my comments last time, and I say, it's hard to say this, because I know, Councilmember Bradford, you're highly valued. I am always impressed with your knowledge, your intelligence, and you've been such an asset to the EAC, and now you're an asset to us up here, which is great. But it is common practice when you vacate a seat, to, run for another seat. You usually don't get to go back to that seat, the previous seat, and, there's really not that many opportunities or that many seats available on our boards and committees for residents to volunteer and give back to their community. So it is an opportunity for some people that are out there that could be really qualified, and it's not always a bad thing to get some new blood, some new ideas, and some new background. So and yeah, it is. I do do it for one, do it for all. So I kind of get stuck on that too. But yeah, it has nothing to do with the job you've done or anything of that nature. You know how much we value you.
I fully understand, and like I said at the last workshop, I could go either way. But when the EAC did what they did, I felt like I needed to support what they wanted. So that's why I'll vote for it tonight.
Okay. All right. Public comment?
Yes, hi, Jessica Namath, the new chair of the EAC here, because we were very, Mr. Bradford would not have, I don't think, volunteered to be on the council had we not really encouraged him to do so, because I'm not sure that that was something, that he thought would have been an opportunity that would have been provided, and we were all thrilled when it was, because we know the value that he adds to the community. And so again, you've got a very new EAC. He and I are the only ones that are kind of pre-existing members, so we do have a very new group. We did re-vote for a chair and a vice chair at his suggestion. I was fighting to keep that seat, the chair seat, and he had to come up and say, hold on, this is good, we're growing, you guys are learning, this is a good opportunity for everybody. So we did heed that advice of his, but I do think that it is a new EAC, and we did just get the reappointment, he and I, for the extended term, so I think that there was some responsibility that we felt for encouraging him so strongly, and then he was the one that brought it to our attention that there would not be, when he finished this, he wouldn't have a seat anymore. And so that caught us, that caught me. We certainly were not wanting that for anybody, because we believe that he adds so much value to the village with his experience and his expertise. So I apologize for going against what is normally done here, and that was my fault, not his or his doing in any way, shape, or form, his suggestion even. So I take responsibility, or the EAC, we really encouraged him to apply for the position, and then, of course, value having his leadership and guidance. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, council.
I'm good.
Can you get a motion?
You get a vote now.
I'm good. You're
done?
done?
I don't think
You're
I
done?
should make a motion.
Can I get a motion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
Don't make me laugh. All right,
Anyone?
I will make a motion to open applications for the seat on the EAC that was formerly held by Mr. Bradford. And no second.
I can second. I'll second that.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
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 Motion fails.
So now if the motion fails, what happens?
Somebody can make another motion.
Yeah. Is there another motion anyone would like to make?
I will make a motion to keep the seat 2 of the Environmental Advisory Committee open. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed.
That one carries.
Okay. All right, last but not least, any other matters?
I had two things quickly. I'll be very short. Recently, I saw that we received an email from Sue Pinella over on Beach Road in regard, is that scheduled for something like workshop or a meeting in the future?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Sorry.
It's,
The Beach
Focus is
Road
the-
wants to present the mangrove
Oh.
studies they've been doing.
Yeah, yeah.
So we were looking for the February workshop, which is actually the last Monday in January, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, January 29th.
So, but yeah, we're tracking it. We've been in
Okay.
communication with her.
We don't have to discuss it tonight. I know, in fact, I don't want to discuss it tonight, but I want you guys to think about something. Think about how we are engaging with the public when agenda items are being dealt with. And by that I mean, ideally, we have the agenda, we have a staff report, whatever they make it be, and then we deliberate, and then when we have finished deliberating, we ask the public for comment, right? So think about doing it differently in this regard. Do exactly what we do in the kickoff, but before we deliberate, let the public comment first, and then we deliberate. The upside to that is maybe psychological for them, is that they don't think we've made up our mind when we call for public comment. That's how we did it in Palm Beach, and that's how we used to do it in Tequesta. This is okay. I'm kind of suggesting it might be better if you did it the other way, where you called for comment first and then we deliberate, and it's shut off. There is no more deliberation after the public has spoken. I don't know what.
There may be a reason that we do it the way now, but I am fully in favor of what you just said. I've thought about this multiple times, and I didn't realize it, depending upon the municipality how it occurred, or how it occurred. But I completely agree. There are so many times I would love to hear what the folks that come out and spend as much time as they do at council, coming to council meetings. I would love to hear their opinion before we deliberate. So I agree.
I've done it both ways. I think since I've been on council, I'm pretty sure we've done it both ways. And both ways really, we have those hot topic ones, and we flipped it before with, like, mayor will usually ask permission of council.
Yeah.
It's kind of been pros and cons for me on both sides. I think the majority of the time, I like hearing public comment, but then sometimes there's items that the public kind of needs to hear information from council first to understand what's even happening. So I don't even know how we decide which one's better, but I've been in the situation for both. And I can go either way. As long as we get public comment, I'm good.
The answer to your dilemma may be just a more thorough staff reporting when those circumstances arise.
Maybe, yeah. I can go either way.
Yeah,
in the future, if we talk
I
about
know
it.
there's been times where we have decided to take public comment first, depending on what the agenda item was. It's not often, but we have done it, and agree, like, I'll bring it up, or someone will bring it up, and we'll decide if, all of council's okay with that. I do see pros and cons, that, I think too, sometimes, lots of times our public, we might answer their questions when we're conversing. I've seen it where someone's had a comment and they're like, oh, well, they answered my question, or they said, well, I was going to say so, I don't need to speak. And then also, you know, sometimes I think that the public should hear us first too, because what if we have conversation after they speak and then they're not speaking again after we speak? And what if we say things that they, you know, no, like what, no, that's not what I meant, or what? So, you know, if we let them speak first all the time, then when we talk, public can't comment again, and that could pose a problem too. But I have not, like I said, I don't know if it's our rules of quorum, but literally the order is right here for me to read, and public comment always comes after council comment. But yeah, I personally have never been to another city meeting where public comment happens first, but I don't know if
It's a matter of council preference. We may have some document that your card is taken from that suggests an order of, an order, which if there is, the council can certainly change that. It's your policy. How you run the meeting is up to you. The only legal requirement is that you do in fact allow for public comment at least once prior to making your decision. So, but otherwise, it's a matter of council preference.
do we want to workshop it, or, I mean, is there a consensus that we'd want to change it, or?
Whatever works for y'all. I just, you know, I see some upside to it. Both beneficial to elected officials to hear from the people before they've pretty much gone all the way and about to make a decision. And then I see benefit to the citizens in that they don't think that we've made up our minds before they talk. You know? So, but, you know, however you want to get to the bottom of it is fine with me. I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that there is other ways of doing it, that's all.
I mean, if we workshop it, I can go back and review some of our old agendas and kind of feel out how often I felt better one way or the other. And then if you as mayor or whoever's sitting as mayor ever felt like we had an item where maybe council should speak first or vice versa, you just ask a question from council at the time, but maybe figure out which one weighs more most of the time in that workshop. Patrick?
Yeah, I think we should workshop it.
Okay, Jeremy, you want to add it to the workshop list?
I only had one other thing for any other matters because I wasn't here for your workshop. You guys spoke about the train horns, and I just wanted you guys to know if anybody, before the next time we speak about it, if anyone wants to talk about it again and consider applying for the quiet zone, I wouldn't mind talking about it again, because for me personally, I feel like we're starting to live in like an industrial city, because I live far west and it's,
you hear all of them.
Oh, yeah. So
it's bad away over there too.
Oh, you hear
yeah,
it.
I hear every
So I just
barn
want
at
you
my
guys
house.
as council, now we're all in one room. If anyone wants to bring it up before, what was it, April or May, I would be open to that. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Anything else?
I guess so. Public?
Well, I mean, does anyone want to workshop it again? I mean, we did just workshop it pretty thoroughly.
No. I'm not saying like tomorrow or anything. I'm saying if it comes up from residents more by February.
So we'll
or
monitor
so.
it.
So just monitor. I just wanted you guys to know where I was, since I wasn't able to express my feedback that day.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Painter, do you have anything else to add?
Nope, I apologize I couldn't be there in person tonight, but thank you for accommodating me.
Thank you for hanging in there. I hope you feel better.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You're doing
It
pretty
sucks.
good. You're doing pretty good, Patrick, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had to turn off the screen twice to, well, let's just say I'm having some stomach issues, but I'm glad I stuck out the whole meeting.
Oh, no.
Hey, before we close the meeting, you guys should recognize Mr. Taylor for staying the whole time.
Harold's back there too.
I think that should be in the minutes somewhere, that our record-breaking meeting, he stayed the whole time, so.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right,
All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Aye.
And Doug, thank you, Doug. Thanks for bringing the air back about an hour ago.
This was gonna happen now, Tom?
This is my longest one yet.
This is long.
That's my longest one ever.
Brad, But I like the idea that people park and all that park is put in their car. I thought we were talking, when you were talking about.
That is an industrial or.
No, I just don't
Exactly. Let me wish everybody Merry Christmas.
You know, so.
Hanukkah.
The competitive